looks like that's happening now. So yeah.
All right, well then I think we're ready to go. So thank you everybody for being here on time and getting your coffee and being ready to rip. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and make it live and get started? Let me know, CalRecycle, are you guys doing an introduction at all, or do you want me to just kick it off? There's Eric. Zoe, were you going to say anything, Zoe, or do you want me to just go ahead and start?
I'll just say good morning, everyone, and yeah, please go ahead, get started.
Okay, are we live then?
We are live, yes.
Excellent. Zoe, I guess you'll go ahead and kick us off today.
Sure, just good morning. Thank you all for being here at 8:30 on this lovely Wednesday. Looking forward to a productive meeting today, and I'll hand it over to you, Heidi, to get started.
Great, thank you so much, Zoe. Good morning, commissioners, CalRecycle, and the public. Welcome to this statewide commission on recycling markets and curbside recycling, our second meeting of July 15th, 2020. I was honored to be appointed chair of the 17-member commission. It's taken many hours of work with CalRecycle to finalize and format the meeting minutes, discuss legal questions, and set up a new listserv for the commission, and to develop protocols between the last meeting and this one. And I want to personally thank the CalRecycle team for their tremendous support and help getting ready for this meeting. I thank Zoe Heller, Paulina Kolik, Audrey Verman. Audrey, can you please pronounce your name? I want to make sure I say it correctly.
It's Vormit Santi, thanks.
Vormit Santi, thank you. And then also our legal point person, Tamar Dyson, who will be attending the meeting for us, so we have legal support. I will do my best to keep the meetings on time as we outlined exactly when these items will be heard on the agenda so the public can follow. And if they can't for a 4-hour meeting, they can hop on when their agenda item is heard. I ask everyone to help me keep the meetings focused to accomplish our goals by keeping your comments focused and direct. Commissioners, please put an asterisk in the chat box when you wish to speak, so CalRecycle and I can see you and call on the commissioners in order. With 17 people, it will take all of us working together to have efficient meetings, especially with the ambitious agenda such as the one we have today. Please feel free to alert me if I have overlooked someone who wishes to speak. We are conducting this meeting remotely in accordance with state and local public health orders. This meeting is being live streamed and videotaped and can be accessed on the National Stewardship Action Council's website tomorrow. And the reason we're doing that is because CalRecycle cannot post video without a purely accurate transcript. And nobody can do the transcription that accurately. So I've asked my staff to at least record it so it'll be uploaded very quickly and people can watch it. And others may be doing that as well. CalRecycle does not have the capacity to post that video with a perfect transcription. So we will be posting, by CalRecycle, we'll post the meeting minutes on the webpage after they are approved by the commission. Members of the public who wish to comment during the meeting may do so using the commission's public comment portal. When using the public comment portal, please select workshop from the initial drop-down menu. Please use the portal and not the email to submit comments as part of CalRecycle's and the commission's commitment to maintaining transparency, because they are all logged and recorded through the portal and it is ADA accessible. Sometimes CalRecycle posts public comments to their website, but it is difficult to make scanned letters fully accessible and compliant with the accessibility laws. This comment tool enables us to display fully accessible public comment, a table for website users to browse and filter. It also allows us to attach public comments exactly as they were submitted to the meeting minutes. To easily follow the commission work, CalRecycle set up a listserv just for the commission. You can subscribe to the listserv by going to the CalRecycle website /markets/commission and just look above the blue line or bar that it says commission meetings in it. So with that, we are at 8:35 and I'm gonna ask our vice chair, Richard Valley, to please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanborn. Let's start out. I'll say your name and your affiliation for the benefit of the public. John Bashar, Teamsters 350. Please say aye or present when I call your name.
Present.
Deborah
Unmute.
Cadena with Kern County Recycling.
Present.
John Davis, Mojave Desert and Mountain Recycling Authority.
I am here.
Jan Dell, The Last Beach Cleanup.
Present.
Jeff Don Levy, Mings Recycling.
Present. Good morning.
Laura Ferrante, Waste Alternatives.
Present.
Joseph Kalpikoff, Mid Valley
Present.
Disposal. Thank you. Nick Lapise, Californians Against Waste.
Good morning, everybody.
Manuel Medrano, City of Chula Vista.
I'm here.
Alex Oseguera, Waste Management.
Present.
Eric Pochner.
Close enough. Close enough.
Thank you, Eric, from Ecology.
Here.
Heidi Sanborn, National Stewardship Action Council.
Here.
Ann Schneider, City of Millbrae.
Here.
Kobe Skype, Los Angeles County Public Works.
Present.
Sarah Toyoda, City of Indio.
Present.
Richard Valle, present. Ted Ward, Del Norte Solid Waste Management.
Present.
All accounted for, Madam Chair. We have 100% attendance.
Excellent. So we have our 17 members here. Thank you for everyone for being here and on time. We will now move on, and I guess we should ask, are there any public comments on agenda item 1, which is simply the roll call and establishment of a quorum?
Yes. Hi, Heidi. This is Kaoru Cruz. So far, there are 4 public comments. So let me read in order we received.
Now, are these for the agenda item number 2, public comments, or are these for the agenda item 1?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's for the
Okay.
item 2. So sorry about that.
No, great. Just go right ahead then. Thank you.
Okay, so the first comment we received is from John Hewitt from Consumer Brands Association. Good morning. During yesterday's commission meeting, I believe I heard an interest in hearing from branded companies at future meetings about packaging types, choices for using that types, etc. I am happy to assist in facilitating this. The Consumer Brands Association, formerly the Grocery Manufacturers Association, is focused squarely on the issue of packaging and sustainability. Here is a quick link to the sustainability portion of the web pages. CBA is committed to uniting stakeholders across multiple sectors to create meaningful changes and welcome the opportunity to assist in the AB 1583 process. Please let me know a few times that would work for the quick call to further explore how we can assist, and I can include our sustainability teams. Best regard, John.
Karu, can I just say something? We can't discuss these items because they're not on the agenda.
Correct.
And we will discuss in the next, at the end of this agenda, what should be on the next agenda. And one of the things we've already, Richard and I have discussed with CalRecycle is the need to add a standing agenda item immediately following public comment that allows us to discuss the public comment and respond, because we're actually not allowed to unless it's specifically on the agenda. So I apologize, we didn't catch that in advance of this meeting, but that's why we can't respond this meeting to these comments. Although I would say that anybody can submit comments anytime through the portal and we will get them.
Correct.
Thank you, Karu.
Okay. So the second letter is Frank Farrell. Dear Chair Sanborn, the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce Green Team San Joaquin invites your commission to partner with the Chamber for our next Recycling Bin Summit scheduled for late October, November 2020. The date will be determined based on your availability. The Recycling Build Infrastructure Now Coalition, aka the Recycling Bin Coalition, was founded in 2011 by the Greater Stockton Chambers of Commerce, the California Association of Recycling Market Development Zone, the California Product Stewardship Council, and the California Association for Local Economics Development. The original coalition list is below. The objective for creating the coalition then and now was to promote the maximum conversion of recycled material collected throughout California into value-added products. Such conversion of recycled material creates quality new jobs for California while helping the state to reduce generation of greenhouse gases. Predictably, California's dependency on China to purchase our recyclables has become a screeching halt due to a new China policy called the National Sword, which severely limits the level of contamination China will accept coming into their ports of entry. Consequently, many communities in our state have reluctantly started to landfill our recyclable. This is unacceptable. There are solutions and ways we can convert material into products here in California, as opposed to simply diverting them from landfills and shipping them to overseas. If California truly wants to be a leader in recycling, we must all work on ways to close the loop and be a leader in the recycled content value-added manufacturing as well. Industry needs to be a part of the conversation and solution. Please let me know if you will help us help you. I can be contacted at Ferrell@stocktonchambers.org. Thank you for your consideration. Frank Ferrell, Program and Public Policy Director. And the next one is from Dan Domnowski. Okay. It is very important that commingle recycling program continue, and CRV program is critical economic driver based on refund, processing, administration, and quality incentive payments. Material recovery facility MRFs work best when inbound material is clean and dry, and as such, CalRecycle should support the industry in an effort to reduce contamination level of collected materials. And his organization just say potential industries. Last one is from Evan Edgar from Edgar and Association. The Recycling Commission could be more effective and efficient with the SB 1383 progress report in hand and make the January 1st, 2021 Commission report deadline. SB 1383 does have a market status and incentive section for policy recommendation for not achieving significant progress in achieving the market development goal of SB 1383. Significant progress has not been made as determined by analyzing the 2018 waste characterization study. The organic product market development goals of SB 1383 is explicitly linked to your work at the Commission and how local government is mandated to procure organic products under SB 1383. Compost, mulch, renewable energy, and renewable natural gas and RNG. Attached is the market potential for state of California, and there is no reason why CalRecycle would want to wait until January 1st, 2022 to provide these metric options to each jurisdiction. Attachment was the newsletter from his company. Since I have prepared a newsletter on the SB 1383 progress report, I want to officially offer it to the Commission as an information source on developing policy recommendation to achieve market development goals for compost, mulch, renewable energy, and RNG, focusing on the local government procurement, where CaliCycle should be releasing these procurement model tools for the commission ASAP and not wait until the fall when the SB 1383 regulation may become adopted by OAL. My question, when will the SB 1383 progress report officially public process start? And when will the report be final? And what's the process to officially circulate officially circulate future information from stakeholders during this gap period? And this is the end of the public comment so far.
Very good. Thank you very much, Karu. And with that, since we cannot comment on the public comments on this agenda. Yeah.
Without commenting on the public comments, would it be possible for future meetings to get all correspondences attached to the agenda so we can read them ahead of time?
The problem is we don't get them all in advance. We do get some of them in advance. And I had actually asked CalRecycle to forward the one that came to me, to everybody, but they said they would, the way to do it was to read it into the record. But my preference is that you get everything pretty much in real time as they come in.
But even if it's not in real time, if it's attached to the agenda, so that way we can, review it before the meeting.
Yeah, the agenda is posted 10 days in advance, and these come in all throughout that interim period. So Karu or CalRecycle staff, Tamar, is there any update you can give us on how we share this information with the commissioners in a timely way? And the
This
public.
is Paulina. If the comments come through the public portal, Karu, you can press publish, and that will publish them on the public portal website. And so that's the website that is linked in the public notice.
So part of the problem is they're coming in via email instead of through the portal. And that would allow you to upload them quickly, correct?
Yes, if they come through the portal, and we can do a demonstration of that, Heidi, if you would like us to.
I think that would be good because a lot of people want to comment and I'm not sure they understand how to use the portal.
Let me pull up the public comment portal right now. Are you all able to see my internet browser right now?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
this is CalRecycle's public comment portal. The web page is up here, so calrecycle.ca.gov/forms/feedback/public comments. To the public, when you navigate here, you'll want to go to type of comment, select workshop comment, then you can add your name, email address, organization, subject, the meeting date, which would be today's date, and then something like statewide recycling commission meeting, put your comment in there and then submit it. When we are reading off the comments during the meeting, we can publish them to the public comment portal webpage, and then commissioners can view that by clicking on the public or the published comments. And so then once you get to the published comments, you'll again want to go to the workshop meeting. And so for example, we can see the one that was published during last meeting. And so Karu, if you can click in the public comment portal, publish, then we'll be able to see them in this webpage. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes,
So just to clarify, you can't publish until you've read them into the record?
I believe that we can publish them prior. Tamar, can you update us on that?
Yes.
Can we publish the comments as they come in?
Ideally, any documents that are going to be presented to the commission should be, they're going to be given to the commissioners. They should be published at the same time or as soon as practical afterwards. So this whole uploading sounds pretty good for those items. But when they go to the board, to the commission members, then it needs to be made public.
Okay, so if emails come to commissioners, we have to tell them that they should use the portal because that way they can be public very quickly. Everybody can see them, including the public. And to the public, please use this portal. It is the fastest way that the commissioners and the whole stakeholder group that's following the commission can see those comments.
Correct.
Efficient way. Excuse me.
We're
That
now
was
running
an efficient way, but also, if they come another way and they're going to be given to the commission members, then they need to be made available to the public.
Correct. And the public comment portal allows us to publish those comments as quickly as possible. Any emails that come in also need to be made accessible before we can share them on our public website.
Okay, and we're already getting behind schedule, so I'm just going to move on to the commissioner's comments. Jeff Dunleavy, do you have a question, comment? And again, we can't respond to the input. We can only talk about the process.
Okay, as far as what Nick was talking about, when they're reading in the email, can they also post it up on the screen so we can take a screenshot of it? So as they're reading it in, just post the email so everybody can see who it was, any contact information.
We asked legal about that, sharing the screen for the email part. And I thought that the direction was we cannot do that. That's why we have to read it. Tamar, do you have any input?
No, that must have been when Elliot was advising. I'll look into it and see if it's different on his notes. But at this point, if that's what you were told by him, then I'm gonna I'll get back to you with a response.
Well, the other thing is that reading everything into the record is going to take a lot of time, especially if we're trying to keep things moving here. And if they come through the portal and they're made public, we could just refer the public to the portal to see all the public comments that came in between meetings that are not on the agenda. But we'll still take comments on the agenda items as we go through them. That's another option. And the commissioners, we can discuss that maybe towards the end when we talk about the next agenda. And I think the next comment who raised their hand was Kobe Sky.
Thanks, Heidi. I completely agree with you. Reading the comments in full, and especially if someone sends us a multi-page letter, will take a significant portion of our time. If we can have them published ahead of time, it would be a lot better. And I understand that CalRecycle created that web portal as a way to streamline having comments posted, but most people send comments in through email. There should be a mechanism for CalRecycle staff to take that digital, whether it's an email, a PDF, whatever format that letter is in, and just post it to the portal as an additional comment that was received. And then if it's early enough to be published with the agenda, that's great. But if not, just continue publishing it in real time. And that way we don't have to take so much time reading the comments in.
One problem will be the accessibility issue, though, as far as posting things online. So I'll look into the sharing of the screen with the emails, but yeah, that would be a problem just doing it right away when it comes in if we have to. And I guess Paulina would know more about the accessibility requirements.
Yeah, Kobe, that's a good suggestion. We'll look into, because it seems it would be really easy for us to copy and paste the comment from the email and drop it into the public comment portal. So as long as we're able to do that, I think that's a great solution, because we can publish it immediately and everyone would be able to have access and read it. So we'll look into that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the next speaker is John Davis.
Yeah, just, I mean, real quickly, we do have the ability under Bagley-Keene to limit the length of public comments. So I agree, we shouldn't, if we get a 10-page letter, we're gonna be here a long time. But more importantly, I suggest putting a link to the public comment forum on the commission page and encourage people to send their comments via that process. If we expect people to know there's a forum and then search it out on CalRecycle's website, we're probably going to get a lot less use of it.
Yes, we will do that. We'll get that up front and center on the commission website, so it's really clear that this is the preferred vehicle for commenting.
Thank you. That I think will help a lot to keep us moving, so we're not having to read everything and everybody can see everyone's comments in real time. Thank you so much. I don't see any other comments from commissioners. So with that, we can move on to agenda item number 3. We are now already 10 minutes behind, so I'll try to catch up. And this is simply the review and potential approval of the meeting notes from the first commission meeting of June 24th. I just want to say that we don't have the ability to transcribe word for word. We don't think that that was necessary, so we've kept it pretty brief on the general discussion and the votes on the outcome, except for when we were voting and individual votes were called. So if you have any comments, or do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay, first by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Ward. Do we need to do a roll call vote tomorrow? I think we do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Heidi, you might want to ask, since it's now on the floor for discussion, you might want to see it.
Oh, sorry, yes. If anybody had any amendments to the minutes or corrections. Okay. Thank you. Seeing none. Do we need to do a roll call vote tomorrow?
No, you don't have to. It just-
Okay. Well, let me, maybe I should just ask, since we're on video, is there anybody who does not support the adoption of the meeting minutes as written? Please speak. If not, I will assume we have a full 17-member support to adopt the meeting minutes.
Aye.
And we can move on. Great. Okay, so thank you very much, and that will help catch us up. So we'll be moving on to agenda item number 4, and we are going to have 20 minutes to talk about the potential review and approval of changes to the charter. The commission may review and revise the charter, including potential approval of changes. And the only reason this is on the agenda, and we didn't want to go backwards, is that the issue came up at the last commission meeting. We were getting inquiries as to who had said what, because they could not see all of you. And now that we can all see each other, like in a regular in-person meeting, we all know who's talking and the public knows who's talking. So we were hoping that if you're interested, we can either just do this by friendly agreement, or we can update the charter to say how important it is we think that people keep their cameras on, and especially when making public comments, so that everybody can see people speaking as though we were in a meeting. So I'll open it up for comments. Does anybody have any comments or thoughts on that process? Mr. Commissioner Ward?
Yes, I like the charter. I really appreciate all the effort that went into it. I think under where it indicates that Cal Recycle will provide staffing at public meetings, I think it's important to indicate that including legal counsel, because while we don't have any resources, and that's very explicit in the charter, a lot of what we're doing is prescribed by legal procedure, and we need advice on that. And if we don't have any budget, then we still need it. Not hearing you, Heidi.
So this is Tamar. I have already agreed that I'll be coming to the commission meetings and the meeting afterwards with the chair and vice chair, as much as practical. I mean, as long as I'm able to. But I plan to be here for those meetings.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Cycle is comfortable with that being in the charter.
But if you want to put it in the charter, that's fine. That it would be legal counsel. I don't know. I don't know the extent. I guess I should run it with Zoe, and I should talk about whether or not it's a permanent staffing, but I have committed to being to the meetings while I'm here.
Yeah, Tamar's been very helpful. And so we could consider adding that now to the bullet where Cal Recycle will provide staffing for all public meetings, and that is to include legal counsel.
So
Is
is
that-
there anything that you want to add to that as far as that being?
No, I think that we're comfortable providing legal counsel to the extent practical, as Tamar said, and you know, we're committed to that. We understand that there's a need for that for the commission, and we're available for that.
Okay.
It's just above terms of office if you're looking for it.
Okay. Are there any other?
Thank you.
We can add that language right now about Cal Recycle will provide staffing, comma, and add including legal counsel, comma, for all public meetings. We could add that.
Oh, sorry, wait a minute,
Is there anybody that would not want to add that?
a second. No, excuse me, hold on a second. Not all meetings. I will be coming to the commission meetings. I understand there's going to be committee meetings and other kinds of meetings. But I will be for commission meetings and the meeting after the commission meeting.
We would clarify it's for the commission meetings only.
If there's questions that come up at the committee meetings, we can take those to tomorrow, or, our legal team at large to provide responses. We just can't provide counsel present at all the committee meetings.
Yeah, so don't put present, but you'll definitely, any questions that come up about any committee meetings, subcommittees or whatever like that, I'm available.
Okay, I don't see anybody opposing that concept. So we can maybe just before we consider that amendment, are there any other amendments to the charter that you'd like to discuss? Do you think it's necessary and important to put that we keep the videos on? Or is that just something we can all kind of agree to, that as we'll leave them on as long as we can, and especially when making comments?
I think we should, I think we should leave them on as we can and committed to doing it. However, sometimes you might have to turn off your video to take a call if something urgent happens. We all have, some things that do come about. And so I think it'd be important that we can turn off the video if we need to do something if we're not speaking.
Yep, I agree. And I like that we can see each other now too. That's really want to thank CalRecycle for working on new technology so we can do that.
And I just have a suggestion to the language. Instead of saying full commission meetings, regular meetings of the commission, or because it doesn't have to be everybody, just if it's our regularly scheduled meeting. Regularly scheduled commission meeting.
Staffing, including legal counsel for all regularly scheduled meetings of the commission. Well, we are going to need staff for the committee meetings though, even though it's not legal staff. So is there a way to say, keep the specificity to the legal staff only being required for the commission meetings? Tamar?
Oh, I'm sorry, because I'm still looking at this language, because I'm going to provide legal counsel and support for all of the commission meetings. I guess I was just saying actually physically being present.
Right.
Yeah. So as long as I guess that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so CalRecycle will provide staffing, including legal counsel, for regularly scheduled meetings of the commission. To me, though, that's not addressing.
May I suggest?
Still not right.
If we said CalRecycle will provide staffing for commission activities, including legal counsel for regularly scheduled meetings of the commission.
That works.
Commission activities, that way we could include subcommittees and things like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not hearing any objection from CalRecycle staff to supporting the activities of the commission. It's just the constraints on the legal counsel, and I certainly understand that.
Ted, I missed the last part of what you said. Could you repeat it?
CalRecycle will provide staffing for commission activities, including legal counsel for full commission meetings, for full meetings of the commission. How was that?
Or just say for commission meetings, because
commission meetings, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. How about CalRecycle will provide staffing, including legal counsel for commission activities. And my commitment to you is I will be present at the full commission meetings, but I'm available for all commission activities.
Oh, that works great. That's fine.
Yeah.
For all commission activities at the end. Yeah, that's great.
Great. And I think this gets to, if things come on the agenda, you think you might want to, will require wordsmithing and you're going to propose something, it's always very helpful if you propose specific language, because you can imagine if we have a whole bunch of proposals, trying to wordsmith with 17 people live is pretty difficult, but it looks like we were able to get this done pretty quickly, so well done. So it reads, Cal Recycle will provide staffing, including legal counsel, for commission activities. Is everybody okay with that, or are there any commissioners that would have an issue with that? Vice Chair Valley?
No, I'm fine with that, Heidi. The only thing I was going to add, when we get to the conversation on subcommittees, I want to raise this issue again, but I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are there any other commissioners that would like to address the charter and any other changes to the charter? Because it sounds like there's agreement that we should just agree to keep the videos on when we can. And then, of course, there's certain things that happen. It's nothing we need to change the charter for. Okay, so there was, I guess, a motion, but now we've got specific language. So maybe we should have the motion maker remake the motion based on the language in the charter now. Commissioner Ward?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we approve the charter with the revisions as discussed.
Okay, and I believe, who else, I'm sorry, who else moved that item? Or
I'll second
seconded?
that.
Okay, and seconded by Commissioner Segura. So I assume everybody is going to say aye and nod your head. Okay. Is there anybody who does not approve of that change? No comments. So I think we're ready to go. Thank you all very much. Well done. It's hard to do
Heidi,
live. Yeah.
I think we should continue to include the charter update discussion on future agendas, just so,
Okay.
and particularly with committees being formed in the event we need further revisions. It's on.
That's our last agenda item is the next agenda. So I will add that to the list of things that we can have as a standing agenda item. Discuss it then. Thank you so much, Commissioner Davis. Okay, so we're ready to move on now to agenda item number 5, which is the formation of committees. We had planned to start this at 9:15, so we're actually a little early on this, which is great because this is a big discussion item and it's very important for the operations of the commission. We did not get the responses. We sent out a survey to all the commissioners asking us, what committees do we want to see formed and what committees would we like to serve on? And the summary of all those survey responses was posted just yesterday. So we didn't have a whole lot of time to review those responses. I know I did not. I skimmed them, but this also could take a very long time without a process. And I think some of the, we had originally, Richard and I suggested we put a couple generic names up there, and for reasons of, transparency, et cetera, that was not the survey that went out. It was an open question, so there's a lot of different answers. So I guess I would like to, we can go about this in several different ways. I think the responses do outline the commissions or the committees that the vice chair and I had discussed. So maybe we start with, because we're gonna have to not only figure out which committees and who is on them, but basically what general topics will go below those. Because I think we can't have 15 committees. I doubt we would have time to operate that way. So we have to think logistically and our bandwidth, what's a real number we could live with? Is it 3 committees? Is it 5 committees? Is it 1 committee? I don't know. So I'm looking to hear from all of you, and you can certainly put something in the chat box if you wish to do that. But I would throw out that maybe I'll just start the conversation and say that clearly we need a market development type committee. That was my suggestion, and under it having things like proper labeling, the State Agency Buy Recycled campaign, the RPPC program, and there may be many others, but is there any discussion around one of the suggestions or a suggestion that you've made. I know several people made the suggestion. So of having a committee that just tackles the market development side of our charter. Would anybody like to comment?
Hi, Heidi. We have a comment in the chat, and just a quick reminder, if you do have a comment, please use an asterisk. Do not put any text in the chat. Thanks.
So I think the first comment is, let's see if I go back up here. I believe it's Mr. Lapis, Commissioner Lapis.
Hey, so I went through the legislation just to make sure we're covering everything that the bill does, and it seems like the bill basically has 5 different requirements for the commission. And so to me, it seemed like the 5 could be 5 separate committees, although you could probably collapse a couple of them. But let me just very quickly flag for folks who have not looked at the bill in a little while. And I actually sent this out. I was hoping this would get attached to the agenda, but I think it might have been too late. But basically, there are 3 things we're supposed to issue policy recommendations on. Market development, like you mentioned, Heidi, achieving 75% recycling, and then achieving the organics, the 1383 goals. And so, there's some overlap with 75% and organics and market development, but those are fairly, market development and organics are fairly different from each other. And then the other 2 requirements in the bill are identifying products that are recyclable or compostable and providing feedback on public messaging. So I think that those 5 would make sense as committees, unless, the 75% encompasses multiple, so it could be 4 without the 75%. But I just want to make sure we cover everything. I think going through folks' comments, everybody tends to put in the stuff that they're working on, but I want to make sure we cover everything that's assigned to the commission.
Great. I would agree that 75% is kind of interwoven into everything else. So maybe 4, public messaging, recyclable versus compostable, organics, and market development. So that's one proposal. Okay, and then we can go on. Thank you, Commissioner Lapis. We'll move on to Commissioner Ward.
Yes, looking at everybody's suggestions, I really appreciate everybody's input, and it's kind of a free-for-all for that first survey. So I would recommend that we structure separate committees for looking at organics and recycling, because of course the contamination issues and the targets do pertain to both of those, but the infrastructure and the contamination, the markets, all those really do fit into their own silos. Very few places are going to be marketing organics the same places they're marketing recyclables and vice versa. So I would see a committee on organics, another committee on recycling, addressing, of course, the objectives and the legal requirements that Nick pointed out. Another committee on infrastructure. That could be the market development, markets, manufacturing, infrastructure, labor committee. All of those things could be folded into that. And then finally, another committee on labeling and media messaging, because that is one of the legal requirements. So that would be 4 committees. I'm very curious about how this results in a document and how that's all structured. But I also think there might be some potential for additional committees that meet less frequently. I think those 4 committees are going to be the essential core committees, but I could see additional targeted committees. Say, for instance, if there was a contaminant that was contaminating a stream that the board needed to take a swift policy action on, I think there should be a mechanism to do that. So that's my comments at this point.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Schneider.
Hi, I like both Nick and Ted's ideas. I'm just trying to put in my local experience right now and how to handle what we're seeing is a big increase in illegal dumping. And our perspective is residential materials are broader than what I think is intended in the legislation. Where are we going to handle, or are we just going to parking lot bulky goods, medical waste, things like that, that local governments are having to pick up on the street right now.
So the question about where would illegal dumping go, if anywhere?
Correct, because we're seeing an increase of it, whether it's because the homeless populations are moving around a little bit and processes are changing for them during COVID, or plastics. We're seeing so many more single-use plastic items right now. And I like Ted's suggestion of if there's some things that we can handle, at least that's how I took it, Ted, things that we might need to or want to handle quickly.
Okay.
And that might be a process, not a committee, just a process.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. And I think Commissioner Davis is next.
Yeah, I mean, clearly market development, recyclable, compostable issues. I think we're going to end up with subcommittees, I hope, that are going to focus more narrowly, and Bagley-Keene and the legal advice from Tower Cycle will tell us that if we have subcommittees of 2 people, fewer than 3, I think is the term, then we can do work and not be bound by the public meeting limitations and noticing. So, I think breaking into committees and then allowing the committees to kind of pare down topics on subcommittee action would be probably the way to proceed. I'm fine with, it sounds like we're circling around for committees, and that makes sense. That's pretty much what I think my comments had suggested. One thing that Nick didn't mention is also we need to include an assessment of greenhouse gas impacts and across what we do. I think we're going to come back at some point and need to have a drafting committee for the report, or you're going to end up with a lot of different voices and maybe conflicting sections, but it's probably too early to do that.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And now I think Commissioner Sky.
Thank you. I really like the way Commissioner Ward structured the 4 committees, and if that was a motion, I would second it, especially for purposes of discussion to move this item forward. The only comment I would have is the 4th committee that you mentioned really might need to be split in 2, because the definitional aspects of it that relate to labeling is really different and distinct from the outreach and education component. But I would welcome thoughts from the other commissioners on that.
I was actually thinking the same thing. Anybody else that wanted to respond to Commissioner Sky on that? Okay.
We also have Commissioner Oseguera who has a comment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, of course.
I think, there's been, obviously on both calls, there's been a conversation about contamination, and contamination obviously is an extremely important subject when you talk about compostability and recyclability. But, I think there is a need for us to discuss bifurcating or explaining contamination better. There's a public need to take a look at what is collected, what's placed in containers that has contamination, or if I look at some of these materials that are being collected, that is contamination where someone puts, and I'm just going to mention, cement into a green waste container, right? I mean, one form of contamination we have to explain to the public. We have to make sure the outreach is better out there. Then there's materials within containers or collection points that have contaminants. Although those materials can be of similar or look similar, they're not able to be recycled. And so I just want to make a point that when we talk about compostability and recyclability and contamination should be broken down in terms of its parts, because there's a serious issue with contamination on both sides. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, so that would mean that you're suggesting maybe under the proposed committee, recyclable versus compostable, that contamination be one of the subtopics that is addressed by that committee? Is that?
Yeah, yes, because I think it needs further discussion, and I think it's a very important topic. It's just, you know, that has a number of very important public messaging and additional outreach, but also what materials go where, which I think is causing quite a bit of confusion out in many municipalities.
Absolutely. Okay. And Commissioner Bouchard? Your comment?
Yes, thank you. I proposed the Labor Committee, but I'm willing to forego the formation of an actual Labor Committee if it was, and have it kind of folded into a structure that Commissioner Ward proposed. The reason I proposed the committee was because there's a, you know, obviously a large boots on the ground workforce associated with the recycling industry in the state of California. And I think it's important that we as commissioners at least evaluate and take consideration into the potential negative impacts of the workforce when we're recommending policy and or legislation. So, but I can see that I don't know that there needs to be a formation of a full committee for that. And I'm willing to forego that if under the structure that Commissioner Ward proposed.
Thank you for your suggestion. So would it be maybe under the recyclable and compostable committee that we just that labor be brought up, or is there a different committee that you think that would be brought up? And I'm thinking contamination, labor, those are all kind of, you know, maybe in that recyclable versus compostable.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And then Commissioner Lapis.
Just on that point, I'd say that I think labor should be part of the market development committee, because we're, you know, talking about creating manufacturing jobs in the state and creating processing capacity in the state, and all that is very intertwined with labor. And I know some of the work that the Teamsters have done in the past. So I think that is a logical linking. And then I agree with Alex's point. I mean, I think that the two go very well together. What is recyclable, what isn't recyclable, what is compostable, what isn't compostable, with contamination and public messaging. Those do kind of all go together. So that makes sense to me. Not that we need a separate committee, but in my mind, there's sort of two different categories of public messaging. One is the sort of long-term, how are we communicating nuanced, you know, different subcategories of PET or subcategories of polypropylene or whatever. And then kind of the higher level messaging that's really needed to help CalRecycle with their current outreach campaign, which I know most of the haulers and other folks have their own departments that work on. And so I'm not saying it needs to be its own committee, but, you know, as we get into a messaging committee, maybe there could be a subcommittee that works on the you know, clean and dry type messaging. That would be helpful.
Yeah, this is kind of, I'm looking at the market development committee, because to me, labeling is kind of creating the market when you can tell people it's clearly recyclable or it's clearly not, or compostable or clearly not. And then the public messaging is specific to the CalRecycle campaign, as I understood it. But we could put, you know, things under there as well, like contamination. So it's I think we're just going to have to decide where to slot certain things we know we want to talk about and which committee will be the lead on it. But that does not prevent any committee from actually discussing those things as well and providing their ideas as it relates to the committee's goals. So let me see who else. Commissioner Ward, do you have another comment?
Yes, just noticing everybody, all of these committees could be split into lots of different ones. The organics committee, obviously food and yard debris, very different programs, self-haul collections, different things, recycling, everything from buyback centers to contamination issues to curbside programs, to clean materials, all of those potential splits. One of the things that I want to make sure we're clear about where they fall is advocacy with regards to product stewardship programs and consideration of those opportunities, and redemption centers. Redemption centers seem to me to make most sense under recycling, but could fall under infrastructure. And product stewardship programs could fall under infrastructure and market development, but of course it does interplay with the other things. So again, I just think we need to be clear as the chair was suggesting, where those fall.
Okay, so product stewardship is a question mark where that would go. I'm sorry, what was the other thing you said?
It was redemption centers,
That's right.
specifically buyback centers, and the collapse of the buyback centers and the impacts on the quality of the recovered materials.
Okay, so illegal dumping, redemption centers, product stewardship, labor, labeling. So there's lots of little things that we might want to fit and slot later after we form the committees. So I'm trying to keep a list, and if I miss something, please let me know. I would say
finally, I'll just make a motion for those 4 committees to further discussion, as was suggested by Commissioner Sky.
Motion is on the table. Is there a second?
Yes, I had seconded.
And that's Commissioner Sky. Is there any other discussion on the formation? And just to be clear, the committees we're talking about, the 4 committees, are market development, organics, recyclable versus compostable, and public messaging. Is that correct? No?
No, organics, including contamination in all the organic streams, recycling, including contamination in all the recycling streams, infrastructure, labor, and market development, including buy recycled programs, and then labeling and media outreach.
Okay, wait a minute. So the 4 committees, let's start with that. And then, because I have to, sorry,
would you like me to repeat again?
Yeah.
Organics and all of the streams collected as organics, including food programs, food rescue programs, recycling, including contamination and all the different ways recyclables are collected, curbside, drop-off, redemption centers, buyback, and all of the associated recycling streams, bottles and cans, metals, papers, cardboard, other materials that are collected under curbside programs. The 3rd committee would be infrastructure, labor, market development, manufacturing, and buy recycled. You can call that the infrastructure or manufacturing committee, whatever you'd like to call it, but it's the infrastructure. 4 is labeling and media outreach.
Hey,
Those would
Ted.
be the 4 committees.
Ted, where do you envision organics infrastructure, in the 1st or the 3rd?
Excellent question. I think they need to relate to each other. Just like the organics committee would be advising the media committee about what are contaminants in the organic stream, I think similarly, the organics committee would identify the needs for the infrastructure, forward those to the infrastructure committee, and then the infrastructure committee would be looking at how they can create policies to create that infrastructure. So the organics are really focusing on what is the infrastructure now, what are the contaminants, what is our capacity now, and the infrastructure committee focuses on how do we build from what we've got.
Okay.
Question?
So organics, recycling, infrastructure, and labeling and media. Are those the 4 committees? Okay.
Hi, Heidi, Chair. This is
Yeah, so
Kaoru.
you have comment?
Yes, we got the public comment on this formation of committee. So can I
Okay.
read it before? you
Yes,
make a motion?
absolutely. I was going to ask you. Thank you.
Okay, so 1 second. This is from Karen McNamara.
McNamara?
Yes, she said, within at least one of the committees, we asked we include reuse, refillable systems as a subtopics in one of the committees. CalRecycle has recognized reuse as a category with the recent creation of GHG reuse pilot. And that's it for this item.
Before we move on from that then, that was one of my comments, Ted, is where would source reduction fit in, which Secretary Blumenfeld admitted, and I see you nodding, that we all agree is a priority. And so where would the refilling go in? Would it be source reduction, reuse, and recycling committee, or?
I just thinking about it, it's almost its own thing. I just talking out loud, organics, non-collection systems, backyard composting systems are source reduction programs. Similarly, reuse, repair, refilling things need to be considered, and they're very different systems, as we all know who are working on these things. You know, a thrift store is not a recycling center. They're very different beasts, and so they really kind of need their own consideration. It's really hard. I'm hard pressed to establish a separate committee given the speed of what we're supposed to be doing. But I do think it's a separate issue, and I don't see it really fitting into any of those other committees very easily.
I would argue that that reuse and refill isn't the same thing as other types of source reduction, because I think of Karen's business model, and that's an infrastructure issue. Right. I mean, so her proposal is refilling glass beer bottles and stuff like that. And that's an infrastructure issue and squarely falls under there. And then there's source reduction in terms of reducing consumption, and which isn't really about infrastructure. I'm not exactly sure where that falls.
So you're proposing that refilling be under the infrastructure committee?
Yeah, and Richard Valle is waving at you.
Yeah, I see him.
Heidi, I just noticed that there's several people in the queue
Yep.
that have not been called, and I'm not sure if we're missing those or have they already spoken, because I've seen about 3 or 4 names that have not been called.
Right. No, I think next is because there was a motion, then we took public comment, then we had a commissioner comment on that. So I think we'll go back now to the commissioner's comments, and I think we left off at you after Ann. Or Ann, did you have another comment? It's hard for me to remember.
I can wait. I can wait till after. No, it's another comment. Sorry.
No, why don't you go ahead first then, and then we'll move on from there.
Okay. Listening to all of the evaluation criteria, for want of a better word, contamination, labor issues, ease of recycling, true recycling, product substitution, greenhouse gases, labeling, biodegradability, relationship to each committee's relationship to the other, equity issues, which we haven't talked about, but those are redemption centers in one form. Couldn't all of those be a set of criteria that each committee would look at? And there might be others, or there might be some that other people don't feel are that important. That's how I'm trying to listen to what everybody was saying. If we're back to looking at TED's 4 categories, organics, which to me also has an IPM component to it. Recycling curbside, that's always frustrated me because that leaves out the thrift store operations. It leaves out part of the bulky goods collection program, which is curbside, and depending on how it's designed, will support or hurt reuse. Reuse clearly belongs under infrastructure. And so I would, Ted, I hear you not wanting to have reuse in there, but it should be reuse operations and recycling as it relates to residential programs. And it just my recommendation that all of these other critical issues become the criteria we use to evaluate the work we do.
So you're suggesting that under the recycling committee be source reduction and refilling. Just making sure I'm clear on.
I would say recycling and reuse, residential recycling and reuse programs.
Okay.
Because they do actually fit at the curbside as well as what people are taking themselves. And then again, they're going to show up again in infrastructure.
Yeah, I think what we do is there are going to be some overlaps. There's no way really around it. So we just have to agree on which committee is going to be the lead on certain things. But like I said, I don't think there's nothing preventing a committee from bringing up an issue that's under their purview and can inform the lead committee on their perspective. Okay, so the next comment, it looks like Vice Chair Valle. Is that for you?
Thank you, Heidi. I have to concur with Ted. Generally, 4 committees. I would not favor any more than that. In other words, creating a committee and then a subcommittee under that committee can be really confusing. I think we're going to get off topic. Ann's comment is right on point. There's some equity issues right now, especially for people of color that are being affected by COVID simultaneously. These same people are being disenfranchised from our economies. So as guiding principles generally of all of the committees, we should all agree that labor, for example, bringing more opportunity to the industry, more opportunity to the public to talk about recycling and social equity, et cetera, should be guiding principles that every single committee across the board should incorporate into their conversations. Secondly, I agree with the comments about drop-off centers as well. A lot of our centers have drop-offs for clothing, shoes, e-waste, and other things that people bring into our facilities, that household hazardous waste, et cetera, the whole gamut of things. So I think from the general public's perspective, they would look at the Recycling Commission as being something across the board that works the entire gamut of the infrastructure of recycling, because in terms of the public's perception, anything and everything is recyclable. So we have to clearly define not only what the committees are going to do, but also not be afraid to take on all of the broader issues that the perception of the public says, this is something I expected that you all would take on. And we shouldn't see that as a barrier, but as a challenge that we should be willing to accept and somehow incorporate into our conversations, so that when we do embark on this, it's all encompassing and broad, and again, not be put off or fearful of having that conversation and thinking it through all the way to the end. So again, labor, guiding principles, the whole gamut of issues, all of those things wrapped into every charge of every committee across the board. And the last thing I'll say about the committees, Heidi, is in most committees where I sit, the chair and vice chairs are ex officios of every committee, so that they have the ability to attend every committee meeting. And that way the chair and vice chair are part of the conversation and kept in the loop, so they can correspond and talk to each other on a larger scale. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion about making all the officers of each committee be ex officios of the other, so they can easily move between the committees and provide input on those things that cross over. And then a recommendation for committee guiding principles, I think, is a really good idea too, because a lot of you have brought up ideas already of things that really would apply to all the committees. And we should maybe think about that after we get through the selection of committees and who's on them, and overall what they'll be discussing. So we have another commissioner who'd like to speak, Mr. Don Levy.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, I think Ted did a very good job identifying the 4 committees. Definitely a focus on organics and recycling, getting the message out of what can be recycled versus what people or manufacturers say is recyclable. Because there's some items out there that take a very long time and a very high cost to recycle, and it causes cross-contamination in the process. And those are items that I think should be pulled out of programs. And then with the infrastructure for recycling, definitely addressing the redemption center issue and the drop-off program issue. Because if those are fortified locally, they could collect more clean source separated material, local textiles, whether it goes through a drop-off program, a thrift store, like Richard was mentioning, e-waste. If there's convenience, there'll be better recycling, more material available, where people will want to develop recycling facilities in California or the US to remanufacture materials. So I like the concept of 4 committees as Ted is outlined. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And moving on to Commissioner Kalpikoff.
Yeah, thanks, Heidi. I guess it would be number 3 committee, which is the infrastructure and market development, but I think we need to talk or discuss the regulatory compliance, water, air, and permitting. And then just another one on the organics, look at the organic certification and the barriers to the CDFA and OMRI, and what streams that they find acceptable in each one of those, and maybe come up with a some suggestions on what compostable packaging are acceptable in these programs. So those are the 2 that I'd like to make sure that are discussed in those subcommittees.
Okay, great. And we got a comment from Commissioner Potashner.
Actually, most of my comments were just spoken to, especially by Commissioner Valle on guiding principles across all the committees, specifically on labor. I noticed the way the committee structure is set up by Commissioner Ward. Collection is going to be a big topic on 2 of those items, and labor obviously has a big component on that place in our world. So I want to make sure that gets discussed and not just the Market Development Committee. And then the other question is, I'm not clear yet on the producer manufacturer fit here. Where do we pull in upstream on their role in this? In which committee?
Can you speak up? All of a sudden you got quiet.
Sure, yeah.
There you go. Thanks.
The question is where does the upstream producer manufacturer clearly fit? I understand on market development where we're trying to close the loop, but when it comes to design decisions and moving away from certain material types, I'm still not clear exactly which committee would really focus in on policies around that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Commissioner Ward, do you have a suggestion on your thinking as far as which committee might take that upstream approach?
I think it's a really, really, really important issue. And I think it's part of the larger policy thing. It could, it's kind of a separate beast. It's an upstream thing, but I think it kind of falls into the waste prevention reuse category. I could see a separate one for policy and reuse, and that would be more the upstream kind of beast. That would make a 5th committee, which I hesitate to do because I think fewer is good, but those are things that I don't think easily fit into the other committees. So
yeah, I'm not seeing an easy fit either. So it either could be a 5th committee, but should be a lot, or a guiding principle of all the committees is that they look at the upstream. Does that
I kind of advocate that it needs to be its own committee, really, I have to say, because I think the reuse, the upstream, the labeling, the what is the process by which a packaging purveyor convinces somebody to use their package? That's an important question, and it's not going to be addressed by any of those other committees. So
and you raise a point of maybe we've talked about the importance of reaching out to the manufacturers as quickly as possible and inviting them to participate. And if we had a committee that was just focused on that, it might be easier for them to participate because they would have a committee venue. But again, that's getting into 5 committees. But I'm not sure there's anything much more important than working directly with the manufacturers on some of these things like labeling, and it fits into everything. Okay, so let's see. The next comment, I believe, is Commissioner Sky. Did you have another comment?
I would, and pulling together some of the comments that I've been hearing, I would suggest a friendly amendment to create a 5th committee, which would be a policy committee that would address source reduction, it would address product stewardship, it would tie into the manufacturers. And I think it might be good to call the question on the formation of the committee so that we can move the discussion onto the guiding principles and get back to your suggestion, Chair, about making sure that for certain key things, there's one committee that's really tasked with being the lead for a particular issue to make sure that there's something concrete that comes out of the recommendations.
I accept that friendly amendment from Commissioner Sky, and I would further that the chair and the vice chair would be the key folks for allocating new topics to specific committees.
And that they're ex officio members. I think that should be part of the motion as well, if you agree, Commissioner Ward.
I do agree. I think that's an excellent suggestion. But in general, I'd say the cross-fertilization of the committees is going to be important to everybody. So if there's something that another committee needs to hear about, I not just the chair of those committees, but active members who are concerned about a topic.
Okay, so we have a motion with a friendly amendment and a second. And we've got, so just to be sure what the motion is, so we're going to form, the proposal is 5 committees: organics, recycling, and I think reuse is in there, Ted, based on Member Schneider.
I thought the reuse was under the policy committee.
Okay, so we'll move that to policy. So recycling committees, number 2, infrastructures, number 3, labeling and media is number 4, and policy is 5, correct? And that includes that that the committee chairs are ex officio of all the other committees, so they can actively cross-pollinate the thinking between the committees. And that
Okay.
Chairperson Sanborn, I mean, it seems that there's, people ready to speak, and we're jumping into making decisions on what stays and what goes without hearing everyone first.
No, I
Shouldn't-
agree. I see there's committee
Everybody's comments first before we go to motions. I mean, or else, we have a problem where we're thinking about doing a motion, and then, I see people raising their hand to speak, but yet we're moving to a motion before letting others speak.
Well, the motion was made quite a while ago, so I'm just trying to keep up with exactly what that motion is because it's changing. But I do agree, we need to take public comment, and we still have, I see Sarah Toyota, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Lapis, and yourself and others. So
I have one statement I'd like to make real quickly. I heard you talk about cross-pollinating the different subcommittees or committees. And we have to keep in mind the serial meeting rule while we're talking about that. So when we get to specifics, we can discuss that, but that could cause a problem if there's violates the serial meeting rule, having meetings in pieces. So.
Well, we can discuss the how. I guess the only thing
I just wanted to say it for now, and then we can talk about it later.
Right, because if we're prohibited from doing something and we're proceeding doing it, please let us know. But if there's a refinement and a caveat we need to know, we can hold that maybe to the.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. And then I think who is next is, so we going through the list here, Commissioners Snyder, Valley, Dunleavy. Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Commissioner Toyota, I believe you're next.
Yes, actually, a lot of my comments were already spoken to. The only last thing is more of a point of just a category. I liked at the beginning of this conversation how Nick broke out the main topics of these committees to match what we're supposed to do. And there's a lot of talk now about the infrastructure, labor, market development, and I'd like it. I think it would be best if we kept those titles, the top titles for the 4 committees to exactly what we are tasked with to keep us on task. So it would be market development, basically with infrastructure, labor management, and all that under it, but that we just use those titles so that really does keep us on task. I think that was a brilliant idea. And I think that'll just be helpful with the conversations going forward.
Okay, thank you. And next was Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I guess one procedural thing, because I had actually, I thought I had asked to speak about a half hour ago and somehow got jumped.
Sorry, John, it's really hard to keep track.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to ask about if you feel you're in the queue and you get missed, it's probably appropriate to speak up. I didn't do that, but I just want to clarify if that's something.
We could rearrange this so next time we have maybe the vice chair actually watch the chat room and call out the next speaker, because it's harder for me to do all of it. Maybe.
Yeah, and the reason I brought it up, Heidi, is not I'm not being I understand how difficult it is, but I have the statute and I could show it on my screen about what's required in the report to the legislature. If I can share my screen, it would be quicker than me reading it. But I think we're missing.
John, do you have access to the screen share button on your GoToMeeting?
Yeah, I
panel?
do. Yeah.
I would just say, I think that we will definitely go back and make sure everything the commission is tasked with doing somehow gets assigned to one of those committees, whatever the committees are that get formed. Clearly, we have.
I wanted to, I wanted to show this earlier. Polly, do you have my request for the screen? No.
I do not see a request. Let me.
Or can you show it?
Do you have it now, John?
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay, I
can-
have it now. I have it now.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. So the key, sorry, I just lost it. The key elements are the market development goals are set out in statute. Products that are recyclable or compostable are also defined in statute. And so I think we're a little bit missing what the overriding obligation that we have to prepare a report. The committee structure allows us to do that, but we need to be cognizant of the obligations that we have. And I'm hearing a lot of finite tasks, but I'm losing track of kind of the overriding obligation for the committee. My suggestion would have been that we, although I like the idea of having this kind of set of principles that we all need to adhere to, I'm getting lost in the weeds about what goes where and who does what. And so I think, we should agree on the set of committees, create the committee assignments, let those committees meet as soon as possible. If we want to spend more time trying to come up with a set of principles and a finite or infinite number of tasks and assign those to the committees.
John, sorry to interrupt. This is Audrey. Could you please zoom in your screen a little bit? It's hard to read the text on the public webcast. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I can stop.
Because we've got 7 minutes, so we really need to, and we haven't even formed the committees or assigned, so we're just putting it out there.
Yeah, I should probably stop sharing the screen on that one, but it's the text from the statute. And I guess my point was that's our overriding obligation. We should form the committees. If we're going to spend the rest of this meeting trying to assign each little item to the committee, I think we're going to be here for a long time.
Well, there's a couple of ways we could do this. I really had hoped to have the survey back about a week ago, so the vice chair and I could have gone through and been a little bit more thoughtful about how to frame this discussion, because I was afraid this was going to be hard to do on the fly. But we're here, and I think we're getting pretty close, but we have still to take a few more comments from the commissioners and then the public, and we had planned on taking a break in 6 minutes. So I'm going to quickly turn this to Commissioner Lapis. I think you had another question or comment?
Yeah, a couple points. Actually, Pauline, could I screen share too? Because I think I had a very similar thing to John, but it was slightly cleaner.
Of course.
But before I get to that, so, oh, perfect. Thank you. So can folks see that?
No.
That's the same statutory language broken out into just you can't see it?
We can't see your screen, Nick.
Oh. Let me try again.
It's loading, Nick.
Okay. Can you guys see it now?
Well, we all have the law, so. it's
Well,
gonna be
no, I
hard
mean,
to
I think it's helpful to break it out into what the law says, because I had to reread it a few times, even though I was involved in writing it. I had to reread it a few times just to remember the specifics. And I think that was the point John was trying to make. So there are these 5 things that we're required to do, and I think we have to keep that in mind. But actually, I wanted to comment on what Eric said about communicating to manufacturers in terms of designing for recyclability. I think that's actually the main point of the determination of what is recyclable and what is compostable, is setting standards that manufacturers could use. And so I think it's definitely part of that conversation. I think it was one of the main purposes of the bill to be able to tell manufacturers that the use of XYZ adhesive makes their product a contaminant in a bale of otherwise recyclable material. And so that product redesign and design for recyclability, I think, is part and parcel of what is recyclable. So I think those two should really go together, but I agree with Eric, they should be a focus.
Very good, thank you. And then next is Commissioner Segura.
I just want to echo, and not to make it long because I know we're running out of time. I mean, what Commissioner Lapis and Toyota and Davis mentioned. Obviously, there are some guiding principles that are already in statute that we should follow. And there are some guiding principles, as Commissioner Lapis just mentioned, that are part of, if I look at recyclability, obviously, you know, the materials and what they are, what they look like, and who's making them and how is part of that. So I just think it's very important that we, and instead of going down too many things, I mean, there are very specific things that we're guided to take a look at, and then things that fall within those. So once again, echoing what Commissioner Toyota and Commissioner Lapis and Davis mentioned.
My
Very good.
apologies for interrupting. Nick, could you zoom in on your screen so that the public can see it on the webcast?
Sorry, it's
Mom,
not
Doing that, I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Dell for a comment.
Yes, thanks. I support the previous comments. We really need to simplify how many committees. Once you started talking past 4, all my alarm bells went off, and I thought I should use valuable time of the committee to say 5 or more. It's out of control because all the committees will have to talk to each other, who's doing what, there'll be duplication. So we really, how are we going to schedule the calls? We really need to think through this. I absolutely support the motion that recyclability, contamination, design, all is in one committee, because those are all in one place. And the idea of a separate committee for policy, I believe the purpose of the whole commission and every committee is to recommend policy at the end of the day. So I would motion to cap it 4 at the max and even consolidate down from there, and then just include more scope in each committee, because the interrelationship management of all the committees will be exponentially impossible. Thank you.
And if you, so it sounds like you're advising that we collapse this into 4 from the 5 that was in the motion. And if that was the case, where would you put the policy committee?
Across every single one. Every committee is going to make policy recommendations, I believe.
Specific to source reduction, recycling, and working with the manufacturers. And okay. All right. Very good. I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. The next comment is Commissioner Schneider.
I like what Commissioner Dell just said. I don't like the idea of moving source reduction, reuse, design for environment, or upstream issues into its own category. To me, that's part of the problem. It's always an afterthought. It's never part of the way we've structured residential programs. So I like, if we go with where Ms. Dell goes, I'm right there.
Very good. Thank you. And Commissioner Ferrante.
Pat, you skipped over Commissioner Oseguera.
No, I think he spoke.
I already spoke.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The one time I didn't. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, I agree completely with what Commissioner Dell and Commissioner Schneider just said. I think that 4 committees is absolutely enough. And I think the upstream discussion that Commissioner Potashner brought up needs to be part of all 4 of these committees. And I think, we seem to be wrapping this up now, and I know we're running short on time, but, it seems to be, I think that the 4 original core committees that were proposed cover everything, and then maybe the discussion should move more toward these general top guiding principles as we discussed, and then leave it to the commissions within the first meeting, the committees within the first meeting, to decide what specific topics they want to cover.
Great suggestion. And I think, is Commissioner Dunleavy, do you want to make one more comment?
Yeah, even paring it down to 3, because I think policy falls under all the committees. And I think labeling and media would also fall under the committee for organics and recycling. So maybe paring it down to 3, just so we don't have, 4 committees, and that's going to take up a lot of time for a couple people. So just including labeling and media under the other committees.
So you're suggesting we go down to 3?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's it for the commissioners' comments. Are there any public comments, since we're already at 10:01?
No, there's no more comment on this item.
Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second to form 5 committees with the ex officio members of the chairs of each committee being able to relay information in between the committees. And we've heard comments that some people would not support that and want to merge that policy committee into another committee. But we do have a motion and a second. So I think at this point, there's Commissioner Sky.
Upon a process, I would consider those as friendly amendments, and we had a friendly amendment to have 4 committees from several commissioners. We had just one recent that would pare it down to 3. As a seconder, I would support bringing it back to 4 if Commissioner Ward agrees. I take that as a friendly amendment.
I agree. I think 4 is. I think 4 is workable as described, with the reuse, CPR, manufacturing outreach folded into each of the committees. I wouldn't support going to 3, because I think Cal Recycle has real specific needs to get feedback on their media outreach campaign. And it would be difficult for them to work with 3 different committees trying to get that feedback.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second, and I think it probably would be best to do a roll call vote, unless so that we can hear where everybody is at on this. So first call for Commissioner Bouchard.
Heidi, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could the motion be restated? Every time I hear the motion, I'm hearing something different.
Okay, so the motion.
It's not written somewhere. So.
Oh yeah, I've written it down. I think we'll see. So I believe the motion is that we have 4 committees: organics, recycling, infrastructure, labeling, and media. That the chairs of the committees are all ex officio of the other committees, and that we're going to develop guiding principles that would include that the whole policy and force reduction and working with manufacturers kind of floats in between all these committees. So it's not a separate policy committee. Did I capture that correctly? Okay, then I think that's it. So with that, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Commissioner Bouchard?
Yes, to approve.
Aye. Commissioner Cadena? I'm sorry, couldn't hear. Commissioner Cadena?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dell?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunleavy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ferrante?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalpakoff?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lapis?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Medrano?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Segura?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Potashner.
Yes.
And for myself, aye. Commissioner Schneider,
Yes.
Commissioner Sky,
Yes, and I think we have some background from maybe our vice chair.
thank you. We should all try to mute when we're not speaking. Thanks for the reminder. Commissioner Toyota,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Valle,
Yes.
thank you. And Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Amazing. A 17-0 vote on something that challenging in a very short period of time. Congratulations. Well done, commissioners. So with that, we're getting a little bit late start on a break, but I think probably everybody would agree we need a 5-minute break. Does that work? Very good. So I'll see you at 10:10. Please remember to mute yourselves. Commissioners, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. I do want to say that we had several things on the agenda for item number 5 to accomplish. The first of which was finalizing the committees, but the next thing was actually going to be to assign, committee membership, and then discuss when those committees would meet. And I would propose that we still try to finish that right now, because that to me is the key for us to continue work between meetings. Would that be okay with the commissioners, that we can maybe assign, we can volunteer for the different committees and then allow them to start their work in between the meetings? Would that, okay, be all right? Anyone?
Heidi, maybe the way to do that would be to suggest that each commissioner identify one committee, work your way through the list of committees, have people indicate whether they'd like to be on that committee, but limit the choice to one until you go through the roll call. And then see how the committee balance. There's a danger in having, for example, a majority of the commission on one committee. It makes it difficult.
I would say it's best that we probably all just only pick one.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Can we clarify that? Because I think the thinking was that these would be publicly noticed meetings.
Right.
And so therefore, it would not be a legal issue to have any number of commissioners.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about Bagley Keene. I guess just procedurally, Nick, if you come back with a report from a committee that has a majority of the commission, it's kind of awkward. But we can work around it. It's not a total prohibition.
Yeah, I for one would probably want to be on at least 3 of the commissions of the committees.
Okay, let me ask Tamara a question, a legal question. If this Tamara's on. Tamara, are we allowed to, because they are going to be publicly noticed, we are going to follow the Brown Act for the committees. Are we able to, as commissioners, sit in and give public comment like everybody else? Is there anything, there's nothing prohibiting us from doing that, correct?
Yes, there is.
There is.
Yeah. Because you're not going to be, oh, I'm sorry. You said if it's going to be 3 or more committee members?
Yeah.
Maybe you should repeat it again, the question.
So people, if we go through and we assign committee membership and everybody picks one or some more committees that they want to be on, can they still sit in on other committee meetings and provide input to the committee like anybody else?
No, they can't. They can't. I'm giving you specific. No, they can't. Basically, you can observe, but the problem is getting to have it being a quorum, but the committee is a separate meeting of its own. And you don't want to have, you can't have like a commission meeting. So it just depends on me how many people it's going to be, but it's recommended that the commissioners, while they attend just for informational purposes, that they don't actually participate.
But I think we've said that we are willing to have each of these be an officially noticed commission meeting.
Right. So these will all be treated like Bagley Keene. We'll do the Zoom, we'll do 10-day noticing. We'll take public comments on every agenda item. So I'm not sure why we would be limited then.
Okay, well, if that's what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, I think the committee, I think we all decided that at the last meeting. And unless I hear differently, that's, I think, what we were going to stick to, just to make sure it's fully transparent. And then that way everybody can
But it would
participate.
be transparent because it's been noticed and the agenda items and all that's been happening, so. You're saying doing this instead of having the committees just do a report and report back to the commission at the regularly scheduled commission meeting?
Well, the public has requested, and we want their input on these important details that are going to get hammered out in the committees. So we didn't want to limit access to the committees.
Oh, it wouldn't be any limited access, not for the public. It wouldn't be any limited accesses for the public.
But to the commissioners, we'd like to be able to participate, I think, but I'm hearing on multiple.
Yeah, let me, I'll get back to you on that. Hold on one second.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, in the interest of time, I think maybe the easiest way to go would be if I list the committee and then all of you just physically raise your hand in the picture so we can see which committee you'd like to be on. And if you want to be on more than one and you're willing to put in the time, we can raise your hand for now. And if Tamar comes back and says, you can't do that for some reason, then you'll have to choose one or the other. But if we're publicly noticing them and following Bagley Keene, I'm not sure why that would be. But anyway, so for the first committee being organics, raise your hand, please, if you'd like to participate on the organics committee. I see Commissioner Cadena, Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Toyota, Commissioner Potashner. Are you messing with the camera? Or is that, are you raising your hand? Okay, Commissioner Potashner, Commissioner Kalpikoff, Commissioner Osagura, Commissioner Ferrante. Did I capture everybody?
Heidi. Me too.
Oh, Nick, for some reason, I can't see the whole screen. There you are. Okay, very good. Commissioner Lapis. Okay. So hopefully the note taker has collected all the names. All right, so the next committee is the recycling committee. How many commissioners would like to be on that committee? Please raise your hand. We have Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Valle, Commissioner Lapis, Commissioner Cadena, Commissioner Ferrante, Commissioner Bouchard, Commissioner Osagura, and Commissioner Dell. Did I miss anyone? Okay, so that's our recycling committee. For infrastructure committee, how many commissioners? We have Commissioner Davis, Ward, Toyota, Dunleavy, Lapis, Kalpikoff, Bouchard, Madrano, Sky, Schneider, and Dell. And
Heidi?
Yes.
Question, with that many people, which is more than quorum for the full committee, can you do that?
If it's publicly noticed.
You can have, which is basically a quorum of the statewide commission.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the serial dating question, I think, that you asked, that we need the legal advice on, because
Even though we're calling them
a serial meeting.
Even though we're calling them subcommittees, the commission's going to have multiple meetings, just not all commissioners are going to attend every meeting.
Is that's was what I was trying to clarify earlier. So these are not going to be committee meetings. These are going to be commission meetings with a limited agenda. and they're going to be run by the committee members? Is that what we're saying?
For the purposes of the Bagley-Keene Act, yeah.
No, Bagley-Keene allows committees to
Yeah,
meet.
these were formed as committees.
Right.
Well, I mean,
But
but if
they'll
we have
operate like-
more than a majority, then
If
they
you have
have
more than majority, then you run the risk of a serial commission meeting, I think is the
I
question.
agree. So we're going to have to discuss that. And tomorrow you're going to have to advise us because we have more than a quorum that wants to be on the infrastructure committee. And I was going to raise my hand, but it seems that we've got a problem with the number of people on this one. So with that, the last committee is labeling and media. How many commissioners want to be on the labeling and media committee? And this is the one that will give feedback on the contamination and the public education report. Is Commissioner Davis?
Heidi, I'm sorry, quick clarifying question. Did we decide that what is and isn't recyclable falls under this one or the recycling one?
We didn't decide yet. We kind of discussed different things. So I think that's partly why I'm having a hard time figuring out which one I'm going to pick, because I want to make sure I know what the committee's going to be charged with. But yeah, Commissioner Ward.
My concept was the contamination issues would be separately dealt with by the organics committee and the recycling committee, because they're going to be specific to those streams.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then they would provide feedback to the labeling and media outreach committee that would then convey those messages.
Thank you for that clarification. So again, I had Commissioner Davis wanted to be on labeling and media, and I think it was Dunleavy as well. Jeff, do you want to be on that committee? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I put it up, but I'll withdraw. I'll just stay on 2.
So we have one member on the labeling committee.
Well, may I make a suggestion that it be rolled into the other 2 committees then that are gonna, I mean, because it just sounds like a communications committee, not a policy committee. So it could be in an outcome from the organics and then the recyclability committees.
My only thought is that it's specifically called out as a separate item in the legislation. And given the PR campaign that CalRecycle is launching, it's timely. I don't want it to be an afterthought of the other committees.
Well, I'm finding it interesting that the committee is that with all of this discussion about the importance of contamination, this is actually the PR campaign that's going to address that. So we need to have enough commissioners that are able to focus time on it, because it is required in the law. And I see your hand up, Tamar.
Okay, so I had to double check because there was a change that I wanted to make sure I had it straight. And if these are going to be standing meetings, then the committee members, commission members can attend, but they're not allowed to participate. And that's Government Code 11122.5 C6. And there was an attorney general opinion that said the same thing. You can't sit on the days or anything, but you'll get the information, but you're not allowed to comment.
Okay, because these were planned to be standing committees. So that means that
I know I read something about it in passing, and we hadn't done the committee meetings yet, and I don't know why it says that, because it is open, it is noticed, but
okay.
I'm not sure.
I mean, in that case, I think they should be full commission meetings.
You know, that might be a good idea, where we actually just have full commission meetings and not hold people to the standard of you can't miss any meetings, because then we're going to add 3 more meetings at least to everybody's calendar.
May I suggest, though, that, I mean, I don't understand why the committees can meet with their information and then it be discussed at the regular committee meeting?
Well,
The reason I feel strongly about it is that we have 17 people with very diverse perspectives, and they really need to be incorporated into each of these, or, you know.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that you guys are from all walks of this particular area, and all your input is different and valuable. So I get that. So you're saying you would just discuss these as instead of different committees, discuss these as just different agenda items at a regular scheduled meeting?
No, we wouldn't have time. This was to do the work, was what we discussed. They would literally be commission meetings with focus on these topics, right, Nick? Is that?
That's my suggestion.
Oh, and then the commission.
We don't have committees.
Attend all those meetings too?
Hang on a minute. I'm seeing hands instead of using the chat box because we started raising our hands for the appointment. So if somebody wanted to say something, please go ahead and put your asterisks in the chat box so we can be sure we're all getting time.
I think you have 3 folks in the chat.
Do I? There we go. Commissioner Ward. You're done. Okay, and then Commissioner. Oh, Evan Johnson wants to be made a presenter, but not yet, Evan. We're still obviously on this item. Commissioner Sky?
Thank you. I had a point of process, which is it would be good to stick with one procedure for having people speak. I see people just speaking out when they have comments.
I agree. We have to stick with the process. Thank you.
Just in terms of the committees, the whole point was to have a smaller group. Every single one of our 17 voices brings a unique perspective. But if we're going to get as much work as we want to get done, I would strongly recommend that each of us select one committee to participate in, have as few people on each committee that really can get the work done, because it's very challenging. You could see it here. Something as what should have been simple as creating the committees took 45, 50 minutes to create. It'll be the same thing on every issue if we have 10, 12 people joining, and then we would, if we have a majority of the commission, the committees by default become a full commission meeting, which really, it takes away the whole purpose. I think that's why the rule says that if a commission member is participating in a committee meeting, they're just allowed to listen. They can't participate, because otherwise then you create a full commission meeting, which we're trying to get away from.
Thank you. Commissioner Madrano?
Yeah, I would like to support Commissioner Sky's request or suggestion. Although I do recognize that a lot of us will want to be in separate committees, so that's going to be an issue as to them becoming a full commission meeting. So, as a suggestion, perhaps we could break up the meetings into not break up the meetings, but actually work on the issues that the larger subcommittees are taking on. Like perhaps since we have so many people on the organics committee, maybe we could just take on some of those issues at the larger commission meeting, and then make sure that we address the policy and the labeling and media aspect of each of them. I know that Commissioner Lapis is right. That's part of what it was in the rule. So that needs to be added almost to every single part of the discussion, or as a work product of each of them. So I know I'm still stuck on this because we all want to be on the infrastructure committee as well. So how do we break that up? Perhaps we just have to take those items to just a general commission meeting.
Thank you. And I see there's a request by Karu Cruz. I'm supposing we have public comment. Is that right, Karu?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's from Karen McNara again. Engaging the product manufacturers and related businesses into a committee or within a committee is critical to developing equitable and balanced recommendation to the legislator. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Davis?
So how many people indicated on the infrastructure market development?
I missed. I couldn't hear John.
Let me count right now, John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, and then with Chair Sanborn, that would be 12.
Okay, so can we break that committee into 2 somehow that would bring us down below a majority of the.
Well, that would be the original proposal of 5.
Well,
or we get rid of the labeling and media since only 1 or 2 people were interested in that.
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I think it was down to me, so I'm willing to on the sword.
Great committee.
But, yeah. Well, and with the thought that the work of the committees can be done by subcommittees, and I understand tomorrow that with fewer than 3 members, with basically 2 members of a subcommittee, that work is not required to be publicly noticed. So 2. You could have subcommittees of 2 people working on finite tasks within a committee structure, but we need to scale down the market development committee to get below the majority of the commission.
Okay, we're now officially about a half an hour over our time, and we're going to run into a problem with getting our other agenda items done. So I'm just going to do a time check and have one more comment from Commissioner Valle.
Every committee would come back to the full committee report, and we can agendize those as they have business to discuss. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for every commissioner to weigh in on every single issue on every committee. So that will not be lost, Nick, and I understand your reasoning, but it's very common for commissioners as a whole to discuss all the topics from all the different committees as they bring forward their reports. And I'm going to help the chair with the asterisk in the next meeting.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it. I'm trying to actually see all your faces, and the chat room's taking up so much room. I couldn't even see Nick and some others, so that's what's happening. Okay, so we're at this place where we were choosing which committees we were going to be on. We ran into the problem of the limit. There was a discussion of what to do, and we're back to these are committees. We've formed them already, but we've only got 1 person that wants to be on labeling and media. So we've discussed moving that into another committee and then bringing policy back so that would be the 4. And I think Commissioner Sky suggested that was okay. And Commissioner Ward, are you okay with that since you made the motion?
Yeah, I'd still rather have the 4 committees. I think they're all important, but my suggestion about how to assemble the numbers of committees, rather than take it one by one, is to hold up the number 1 being organics, 2 being recycling, 3 being infrastructure, 4 being labeling and committees, and then we all observe and try to balance the numbers, and then the chair can say, all right, everybody's happy with their numbers, and then we set the committees that way, just doing it once.
Okay, but that 4th committee is no longer labeling and media, correct?
Well, I just wanted to clarify. I agree with both Commissioner Lapis and Commissioner Ward that we should stick with the 4. We already made that motion and it was approved unanimously. We'd need a different motion to change that structure, and I definitely don't want to revisit that. I think, with 17 of us, if we each just stuck to 1, as Commissioner Ward suggested, we would probably spread out pretty well. If we only had 2 or 3 on a particular committee, I think that would be fine. And if we revisit it, some people might shift over and we'd have a good balance on the 4 committees. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, so we're going to do, sorry, I got lost there. So we're going to do still labeling and media and keep that name, and then policy will be mixed in with all the other committees again. Okay. Okay, so
I think I was next in the chat. Sorry.
Okay, well, I was trying to wrap up. I see you there. Okay, and then Ted again. Okay, well, we can keep doing comments on this, but we're gonna run out of time. So go ahead, Nick.
If I understood Manuel's suggestion, or maybe I am extrapolating from it too much, but it seems like market development is the one thing we all want to participate in. So why not keep market development at the full commission and have the others be committees?
Well, there is no market development now.
Well, what did you have as the 3rd committee?
I had organics, recycling, infrastructure, and labeling and media.
Sorry, infrastructure. Since infrastructure is one we all want to be a part of,
right?
Let's keep that at the full commission level.
I
Just a
think
thought.
there's not agreement on that. We're striving for consensus, and I'm so glad we got it on the first original vote.
My second point I want to make, okay, I saw the freak out for that. My second point I want to make is the media and messaging. I feel like no one's going to prioritize that, but there are a lot of folks on the line who have staff who've put a lot of effort into this, both jurisdictions and haulers. I mean, Alex, I imagine Waste Management has 50 people who work on public messaging. And even though it's not the one thing you would choose, I would love to have that input. Same thing for LA County. So I'm not sure exactly how to address that.
Okay. Commissioner Ward, are you up again? Another question?
I think I've already said it. I think we should just hold up our hands and see if we can come to reasonable numbers on each committee.
Okay, we will do that as soon as we get through the commissioner comments. And Commissioner Schneider, did you have anything else?
Hi, Chair Sanborn. I think maybe it might be easier, especially for the fourth committee, once we identify their tasks. Once you identify the tasks, then it might be sexier and more people will gravitate over there. So I feel your pain in trying to settle us out. Maybe let's just hold it for now, figure out the scope for each committee, and then see how it balances out. And then people who assign themselves to 2 or 3 realize, wow, that's X amount of work more in your work week.
That's actually kind of the problem I'm having too. So I totally support that. Maybe what we do, because labeling and media is the one that's getting the least support. Can we assign some things to that committee that would be more enticing to get more people to say yes? Because I might move over there if I knew that there was some policy discussion happening there. But my examination is I think we got too much stuff coming at us. It's not how to communicate, in a book to people how to recycle, because that's never going to work. So
that's why Commissioner Snyder's comment is I think dead on. Create the scope for each, committee. You have the numbers that people signed up. Once you do that, it'll be easy for folks to read that, have some time to read through, and then maybe change their mind and go to one or go to the other. Because or else we can spend a lot more time on this, and I think that would make it easier.
Okay. Why don't we try that? If you guys are generally okay with that, we will try to assign more specific detail to these 4 committees and then take another vote where we'll put the hands up and then do the number as Ted suggested. Does that work for everybody? Okay, so I think labeling in media is the first one that needs to be addressed, even though it's the 4th, because nobody, we've only got one person on that committee. So is there something that could go into the labeling in media besides just reporting to Cal Recycle about their
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Can you share your screen or something and document this for us to see as we're working through this, because it's becoming very difficult to follow what tasks are under what committee.
I knew this was going to happen. Actually, I predicted it.
I
wanted to have it.
A suggestion that we created this committee that has one person who's willing to withdraw. In fact, I've just withdrew. So there's nobody on that committee. We can eliminate that committee, break infrastructure off for market development. They are different focuses. Those of us who zone administrators know it's and really, I think a lot of what the infrastructure flips over on the compostable and recyclable, but we can create a separate, break the market development committee up. That's the obstacle. You have 12 people on there. So scale that one down, eliminate the committee that nobody now wants to be on. And we created the committees. We can change the committees.
You're proposing now that we remove the labeling and media committee and move that into what?
And no, just yeah, let that work be done by the recycling and composting committees.
Okay.
And
So you're
then
proposing
create an infrastructure committee separate from market development.
Well, we already have an infrastructure committee.
Now we have a market development and infrastructure committee. I'm trying to get that committee smaller than 12.
And CalRecycle, if there's any way you can help by typing on the screen as Commissioner Ferrante requested, it would be helpful, I think, but.
Yeah, let me start that. I'll get that set up right now. Can someone give me access from CalRecycle? Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it very much. Okay, so we have another recommendation to merge down to 3 committees. Commissioner Ferrante, did you want to say anything else?
That wasn't my recommendation.
You didn't want to go down to 3?
No, I'd like to split the market development and infrastructure into 2 committees to try to get that committee below 12 people.
Well, then that would be a subcommittee.
That would be 4 committees.
Oh,
You'd have
I
a
see what you're saying.
committee, an infrastructure committee, recycling and composting.
So we have organics, recycling, infrastructure, and what's
Now,
the 4th?
Market development is, so break that committee into 2. Try to
Right.
expand the committee down.
Right. So the committee being named the 4th one then and being market development?
Correct.
Okay.
Infrastructure 1, market development 2, organics 3, recycling 4.
Well, actually, that's reordering. So 1 is organics, 2 is recycling, 3 is infrastructure, and 4 is market development. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and if we type that onto the board, thank you so much for doing that. That's very helpful. And if you could number them, because we're going to ask them to put their hands up. And I'm sorry, somebody was that Laura?
No, it's Heidi. I'm sorry. It's Ann. Again, given that the messaging issue is important to the base of the law, another way of organizing it is each of the other 3 committees would assign 1 person to be on that labeling committee and therefore bring that committee's issues to the labeling and communications committee. And they would be more or less collaborating all the messages, pulling all the messages from the 3 committees together on this. I hear what Commissioner Davis is saying on infrastructure and market development. This is my same problem. If the infrastructure people go on and they live in their own silo of this is how we've done curbside, this is how we've always done our MRFs, et cetera, and then you've got market development trying to find domestic-based manufacturers who may not like the product, may not be any different than China and liking the product that is coming out of residential programs, you've got that same siloing effect. Sometimes having that cross-pollination is really important.
We need to be able to integrate everything, and that's the work of the full commission probably. So, market development is very specific in the legislation. It goes back to what Nick was showing earlier, very specific language in the Public Resources Code. So.
Okay, we're going to have to keep moving. I'm worried we're going to miss a whole bunch of what's on the agenda, but maybe that's okay. So we put on the screen. They're not in the original order I had, but the current committees, which it was listed as infrastructure and market development, organics, recycling, labeling, and media, and the proposed being infrastructure, market development, organics, and recycling.
Golly, we are way behind.
Yes, we are way behind. So I guess unless there's something really pressing from any of the commissioners, just raise your hand. Are there any commissioners that have something really pressing to add to this discussion at this point? Or else we can vote to reform the committees with the proposed structure. I don't see any hands. Is there a motion then for this new structure? Or do you want to slow down and really look at what's in each committee before everybody's
Well, I think there was a suggestion, Ted made a suggestion to limit again to 1 committee. We could do that on the current and see if you would know right away if you had 12 people still wanted to be on the first committee, the infrastructure and market development. And if that failed, then I'd make a motion to move to the proposed.
Okay, so you want to make a motion
that works.
that the proposal is to have infrastructure and market development in one?
If I
I'm
might.
going back to Ted's suggestion.
We did already vote for the committees as they exist. My suggestion would be that we hold up hands and we try to see if we get reasonable numbers of the existing committees participation. And if that fails, then we'll go on to what John's suggesting. And I think that's fine. But I'm specifically on the labeling and media. While not a lot of people signed up for it, I do think it's in terms of our working with Cal Recycle and what the tasks they have in front of them, it's going to be a really important thing, and we really should have a separate committee to do that for them.
Yeah, I think the question is, do people think it's their highest priority? And what we were seeing with the vote was that wasn't the highest priority. So we'll see. We can try that. Are the commissioners okay trying to vote on this existing committee again and to see if we can even it out a little bit?
Yeah, I do have a question though, because I feel like we're talking in circles here. I think that we should stick with the existing committees as we voted on it. But part of the problem we're running into is that we're not entirely sure what these committees are about. So I don't see how the vote is going to change in this next go around. I think we do need to keep the labeling and media committee, at least for now, because several commissioners have expressed a desire for that specific committee because of Cal Recycle's objectives and because of what our charge is as the commission. And many commissioners have already said it's not their top choice, but they still want that committee. So I don't know, Chair, what your process is for this. I know we're short on time, but I think before we take another vote, we should spend some time just doing like the top three or top few tasks as we see them at this point, keeping that open, of course, for what these committees are, and then take another vote with the top choice.
Okay, to keep it moving, I'm going to suggest we follow Commissioner Ferrante's suggestion and simply look at the current committee structure that we've already voted on and assign some key issues to each committee, and then vote again to see if we can get a better balance on those committees. Does that, is there somebody who suggested the infrastructure? Well, I'll say for infrastructure and market development, for me, one of the things I'd like to see in there is the RPPC and the STABRAC, State Agency Buy Recycled campaign, because that campaign, I'd like to know a lot more about how that's working, if that needs restructure to be more of a market pull. I can throw that out to start. Is there anybody else in the comments that you'd like to suggest a committee have a structure? You can put it in the chat.
I'm sorry, is it the current or the proposed?
The current was, I believe, Commissioner Ferrante's suggestion is we just go with the
current. Okay.
Yeah, assigning things to those because we maybe
voted on
structure. Yeah.
Chair, I have a small point of process because I think things got confused with market development being added to the infrastructure committee, and I may have misunderstood Commissioner Ward, but I thought market development was going to be part of organics and part of recycling, because it makes more sense to have it, market development for organics is very different than market development for recycling. And I thought that's why, maybe that's confusion is why we had so many people trying to join infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Well, and market development really can't, maybe we put market development under both organics and infrastructure and recycling. And then that way.
Okay. I think I would actually suggest Commissioner Sky reverse that the infrastructure is part of, particularly on organics. Market development has a very specific meaning under the Health and Safety Code, and it's the obligation of this commission to update the market development plan that's called out in the Health and Safety Code. And so, to me, market development has a very explicit meaning, and the commission's obligated to address it. So, where infrastructure, I think, certainly on organics, we know what the infrastructure is. Recycling infrastructure, from processing to secondary manufacturing to final, that the further along you go on that chain, the further it gets into market development issues. But there's a real explicit requirement that we address market development.
Is that informing you, Kobe? Did you feel like, or do you want to leave that committee as infrastructure and market development, or should we just put market development as part of all the committees? since that's basically a major task of this entire commission.
I think market development needs to stand alone. The infrastructure could be a part of organics and recycling. But market development is in the health and safety code, and we are required to.
Yeah. John, can you use the chat box, please, so that we're not, everybody's following the same rules to speak? Thank
Yeah,
you.
I did.
Oh, I only saw John Bouchard, sorry. Yeah, I have to shrink this too much with all of you. This is a big commission, and I have to shrink this too much or else I can't see you all. I will definitely, Richard, need you to watch these comments with me because I can't see them all in a timely way. So is Jeff Dunleavy next, or is John Bouchard?
I think it's John Bouchard.
Okay, thank you.
I think I was ahead of both of them.
Richard, can I turn over the chat box to you, please? Because I really
Heidi,
can't.
you have Nick Lapis is up first, John Davis, John Bouchard, and then Ann Schneider.
Thank you for that help.
Yes, thank you very much. Nick?
I think both Kobe and John Davis are completely correct. The more I think about it, both infrastructure and market development really are very different for organics versus traditional recyclables. Because even market development, for organics would be healthy soils and agricultural markets and stuff like that, which is very, very different from market development of recycled content in traditional recyclables and stuff like that. So I think combining what Kobe and John said and getting rid of infrastructure and market development and having organics and recycling both include the relevant infrastructure and market development would make more sense. So it'd be organics would include contamination, infrastructure, market development, and recycling would include contamination, infrastructure, and market development.
So CalRecycle staff, if you could go back up to the actual committees, I think so. What Nick is suggesting is to put recycling and contamination with infrastructure and market development. Is that right, Nick? Not unproposed on the existing.
Getting rid of infrastructure and market development as its own commission and adding it into recycling and organics.
Yeah, the staff are typing a new proposed and we don't want that. I don't
No,
believe.
it's fine.
Was it fine?
That's
Okay.
easier. Yeah, if that's
Yeah,
easier.
I'll just do different versions so we can look.
Okay. Okay, so who's next after?
Next up is John Davis, then John Bouchard.
I'll speak to Nick's suggestion. It just became far more difficult now to not have a majority of the commission on any single committee. So I just think that there's a market development obligation in the statute that we need to report on. So I've made that point. And, clearly everything has cuts across lines, and
right.
You can't draw a clear box around this.
Okay, and is the next one up, is it Commissioner Schneider? Or
should be
was it
John
Mr. Bouchard,
and
he's
then
been
Ann
waiting
Schneider.
patiently.
Mr. Bouchard?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Davis's suggestion to remove infrastructure from committee number 1 and include it in the committee in the organics and recycling. That way market development would be a standalone committee. And if that were the case, I'd be willing to withdraw my name from the infrastructure and market development committee and only volunteer for the recycling committee, which would include infrastructure.
Okay, so adding the infrastructure to both organics and recycling, is that what I hear?
Correct. If I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Davis's suggestion was to keep market development as a standalone committee, add infrastructure to organics and recycling, and then just for sake of making this easier, I would withdraw my name from the infrastructure and market development committee if that were the case, and and stick with recycling because it would include infrastructure.
Yeah, I would move to market development myself and get off infrastructure as well. So that would help for getting two of us moved to different committees. Okay, and who is next on to speak?
Ann Schneider and then Sarah Toyota.
Thank you.
I guess I was going to start with, oh my gosh, frustration. Why don't we just define? But if market development is a standalone, I'm fine with that. I am concerned that if we leave entire infrastructure to groups that have one specific idea already of how the world should look, we are missing things. It's like looking at curbside as cans and bottles and paper. And that frustrates me because it's much greater than that when you're trying to keep your public happy. But maybe that'll come from labeling and media. Heidi, your question when you said the Buy Recycled campaign, I would like to see exactly where the state is with our recycled content laws, our Buy Recycled requirements, and then where should we have new Buy Recycled laws and new recycled content laws on that. If that goes under labeling and media or market development, I'm happy. I was trying to give something more to labeling and media, but typically that might be market development. I think personally, coming from small cities, Buy Recycled has gotten lost in the wayside for things other than maybe paper, copy paper.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe we put under new proposed under that market development committee, that's where the SABRAC and the state agency Buy Recycled campaign and the local government procurement and everything Ann had mentioned goes, and that might help.
And I would only to add problems to this, when I look at infrastructure isn't just the companies picking up the processors, it is all of the laws that support everything and all of the other pieces in there as part of the infrastructure. And if you're not looking at them combined, but maybe the full committee can do that, we cannot find the gaps on that. And I'm hoping that this commission finds the gaps and we fill those gaps.
Thank you. Commissioner Toyota, I think you're next.
I like the proposal with the market development and taking the infrastructure out, and also I support leaving the labeling and media. All of those I think are almost the list that we were given that this is what the committee should work on. So I think that those should be the main focuses and they should all be called out. And so, if it comes down to it, I'm willing to do the labeling and media. If that's I'd like it to be a committee because it is called out specifically. So I'll change to that if it comes down to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion and the reformulation, and I'm willing to reconsider the committees. And regarding thinking of infrastructure as existing structures, existing infrastructure, and market development being future planning, I could see the market development committee also addressing the policies of reuse, extended producer responsibility, industrial policy. All of those seem to intimately intertwined with how do we build new facilities, new infrastructure, new capacity as part of market development. So I would support this general direction.
Okay, and I'm gonna hopefully Nick, the Commissioner Lapis, this is the last comment, and then hopefully we can maybe get to voting on this, and or if there's anybody else that has comments on further refining what each committee will do so that everybody's comfortable voting on these, that would be great. Commissioner Lapis? Hello? Nick?
Sorry.
Oh, there you
I have
are.
a slightly different interpretation of what Ted said. Market development is creating markets for recycled materials. So recycled content, use of compost, use of, state agency procurement, local procurement, that's market development. Infrastructure is building new facilities for organics, building new in-state paper processing and pulping, building plastics reclaiming facilities, building reuse facilities. So just I think we're all defining the same thing.
Thank you. And I'll just say that I think if you guys are okay with it, to refine the labeling in media so that it's clear what they're going to do, is to say that that committee would give feedback to CalRecycle on their report, on their campaign, the public education campaign that we've talked about before, clearly, but then also working with the manufacturers on basically truth in labeling to make sure that everything is labeled accurately so the public can help us with market pull, because right now things are labeled chasing arrows, and people are confused and they buy something they think is recyclable and or compostable and it's not. So that might help people feel like that. To me is a very important committee, actually, but we only have to pick one. So are there any other comments on refining what each committee would do that would help you make a decision on picking one? Okay, I don't see any. So it seems as though Commissioner Ward, you have reframed.
Heidi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just the way market development's listed, I just wanted to include health and safety code sections, because that, again, it's spelled out in the legislation and it has very specific meanings.
Right, but I don't know if we have to put codes in every committee,
Well,
but
this one is spelled out. This one, market development, is explicit in the legislation.
Yep. Okay, so we can add that. Are there any other comments that Jeff withdrew? Commissioner Segura?
Just my comment, if we've redone before and under the new proposed, do you really now have to only stick to one? Would it now work if you now labeled things so that people can at least choose two from this list to be on?
I believe the legal advice is that you can, but if we go over, Tamar,
If
I
you
just
go
want to make sure we
over,
get this right.
if you go over 2, then you have the noticing requirements of
Well, we're
bag.
going to do Brown Act, so that's not, yeah.
Huh?
The question I think is how many committees can people serve on and
Oh, no.
participate?
I didn't, there's nothing that would stop them from doing that in terms of, as long as a majority of the board isn't on one committee.
So that's the criteria, I think, is the threshold is a quorum.
Mhm.
And with a 17-member board, a quorum is what? Are we considering it 8, 9? 9. So we can't have more than 9 on a committee, but you can serve on 2. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So do you want to try to?
You cannot have more than 8, Heidi.
It is 8. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because 9 is a quorum.
9 is a quorum, so you can't.
So we have to limit it to 8. So with that, we've got a new proposed list of committees. We've outlined what those committees are tasked with, at least to start, so that people can at least pick a committee or 2. And we've got a proposal by Commissioner Ward to raise our hands when we have, market development would be 1, and you could raise your hand and say 1 and 2, and that way, and then we'll count. And if we've got more than 8, we're going to have to thin it down. Okay. All right. So are we ready to begin a vote on committees and assignments? Okay. So on the new proposed committees, first of all, should we vote on these committees to make sure that this is the group of committees that everybody's happy with?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And who was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't see who said that. Oh, Sarah, Commissioner Toyota. Okay. So we've got a first and a second on the motion to have these 4 new committees as outlined with market development, recycling, organics, labeling, and media. And I think for time's sake, I will just say, please put your hand up if you vote aye for the new committees as proposed. Okay.
Chair Sanborn, my apologies. Can you read out the vote for the public that is only listening in on the meeting and not viewing?
I will. Can everybody hold your hands up, please, so I can see you? Thanks. So Commissioner Davis, Ward, Toyota, Donlevy, Valley, Lapis. Is Kalpikoff up? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Cadena, Ferrante, Sanborn, Madrano, Sky, Schneider, Osigura, Dell, Potashner, and Bouchard. Did I get everybody? I believe we have a unanimous vote. Excellent. So we're still doing our committee work in consensus. It's excellent. So now this is your which committees you want to be on. So we'll start with Market Development Committee.
Just for
Please
the record, I made the motion. I think there was a question on that. This is
Can you
Commissioner
say
Sky.
who is that? Because I can't see pictures right now.
Yes, Commissioner Sky.
Thank you.
There's a
Heidi,
question.
To be clear, are we ranking this or just picking?
No, you're just voting. You're just telling us which committee you want to be on. And it could be more than one, but if any committee goes over 8, we have to whittle it down. We can't have more than a quorum. We can have a quorum on a committee. Okay, so we'll start. Who would like to be on the Market Development Committee? Please raise your hands and I will read them off. So we have Commissioners Davis, Toyota, Potashner, Sanborn, Madrano, and Schneider. I see 6. Excellent. Okay, so we've got our first committee of 6. The second committee is the Recycling Committee. Please put your hand up if you'd like to be on the Recycling Committee, and I will read out the names. So I see Commissioners Davis, Donlevy, Valle, Lapis, Kalpikoff, Cadena, Ferrante, Osigura, Dell, and Bouchard. So that's 10. So we need to whittle that down to 8. Are there 2 people who would reconsider being on a different committee? Knowing that we're all going to comment on all this stuff. Is that Commissioner Davis saying you'd be willing to move? Okay, thank you. So we're down to 9. So we've got one more we need to move. Is that Commissioner Cadena? Thank you very much, Commissioner Cadena, and Commissioners Davis and Cadena have offered to back off so that we have only 8 people on this committee. Thank you very much. Excellent work. So now we're moving on to organics. Again, please put your hand up and I'll read off the names of those who want to be on the Organics Committee. Commissioners Ward, Lapis, Kalpikoff, Cadena, Ferrante, Sky, Osigura, Potashner is 8. Excellent. Do we have 8 on that committee as well? And the last committee is Labeling and Media. Please put your hand up if you'd like to be on the Labeling and Media Committee. Commissioners Davis, Toyota, and that is it. So, I'm sorry, Madrano? Did I see Madrano?
And Dell.
There's also Dell and Schneider, but I'm happy to drop if you hit 8.
Don Levy.
Oh, no, we didn't. I think we're good. So Davis, Toyota, Madrano, Dell, and Schneider. Sorry, Jan, it's hard to see you.
And Don Levy. You keep missing Jeff for some reason.
I can't see him.
Yeah, I can see Don Levy's hand.
Okay, this is a team sport for sure. Okay, so we've got all our committees and we've got our assignments and we've outlined what those committees are going to do. Excellent work. So now the next thing is, do you want to talk offline about meeting together and when you're going to meet? Because what we'd like to do is get them regularly scheduled so that you have plenty of time to report back to the commission so that we can post something in writing, a summary of your meeting minutes, for example. We will do a standing agenda item, so you always have space on every commission meeting for every committee. And we do not need that information until really legally it's the day of, but we really don't want to do that and jam everybody. So please, if you could try to get the committees to meet and have meeting minutes posted at least 3 days before our commission meetings. And I see it looks like Commissioner Potashner, did you want to speak? Oh, you didn't? Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I saw him.
John Davis has a comment in the box or an asterisk in the box.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I have a question for Tamara, whether we can, how can we meet without meeting?
Right.
We want to agree on a meeting schedule. How do we do that? Can Cal Recycle staff coordinate a poll? Can we hold a conference call that is only to establish a meeting time?
Well, here's my concern is that it took us a long time to work through. The staff are working with this on addition to their normal workload. So I'm concerned if we don't schedule them today, it's going to be very difficult and time consuming.
Okay.
I know you guys want to get to work. So if there's any way we can go to each committee real quickly and at least schedule your first meeting. And then from that meeting, you can then set up your future meetings, et cetera. Does that work for everybody so you can keep moving? I just worried it's going to go dark and you're not going to know how to.
No, if we're going to do it now, that's fine. I thought I misunderstood the comments.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there because I'm afraid it's going to get too delayed if we don't. Okay, so Market Development Committee with the members that we have.
But these meetings need to be at least 10 days from today, tomorrow. We have to publish agenda 10 days.
Yes, that's right. You have to publish because they are Brown Act. You'd have to publish them 10 days in advance. So it has to be at least 10 days from now.
So it could be the week of the 27th, if we can agree today and publish agendas today or tomorrow.
A point of process in terms of time, because we're already way over and there's some really good important topics we haven't gotten to. It should be very simple for the staff to just send out a poll for each of the 4 committees. It will take us at least a half hour to schedule something amongst all of us to look at.
I totally agree, but I would ask them that Cal Recycle staff tell us if they cannot do this, because I remember this last survey, it took quite a bit of time to get out, and then people were given a week to answer a very short list of questions, and that really kind of jammed us. So is there a way we can get the surveys out very quickly, asking for, some, I can even work with each of the committees offline and email to suggest some, well, no, I can't do that.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Quick procedural suggestion. John Davis, you're on committee 1 and 4. Can you handle the doodle for that one? And I'm on 2 and 3, and I'll handle it for that one.
No, well, I believe, is that a Brown Act issue, Tamar?
Scheduling should not be.
Well, they told me I had to go through survey, and they had to do it when we were trying to just get feedback on committees, and it took a week.
But they can't do it now? I'm sorry.
Tamar, can you help us with the legal requirements to make sure we don't break any rules?
Yeah, you, well, and Heidi for this, never mind. The problem is that if you meet, and even if whatever you're talking about board it doesn't specify, as long as it has anything to do with your subject matter jurisdiction, what you're actually supposed to do. So that would include the meetings too, scheduling the meetings too.
Right.
Your concern is that it's difficult for Cal Recycle staff to get the meeting scheduled in light of everything else. Zoe?
Oh, no, I wanted to offer that we could send out the doodle polls. This is much simpler than the committees, so it's just dates. We're happy to do that. As long as Tamar gives us the thumbs up that we can do that, our staff can easily send that out to the committees.
Yes.
And so they'd have to be scheduling, offering to meet at least 11 days out, because we'd still have to do, the committee would have to do an agenda and post it publicly 10 days in advance. So it would have to be done very quickly in order to get the schedule. So all of you, once they send the survey, you're going to have to get right back to them in order to keep this moving, or else we won't get a report back for the next commission meeting.
There should be a time limit on responses, so that if we have a day, we all know we've got to respond. We could respond within a day or two and then close it. And if you don't respond,
I talked to them about giving us a week on the last one. That was way too long, and it really jammed us on being able to review the committee stuff.
Yeah,
So,
we all know to respond.
Cal Recycle staff, could we get out a doodle poll to the committees today by the close of business?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, we can definitely get a poll out. Regarding the agendas, we do need about a day or two to be able to post that through our R-Track and also to run the public notice by tomorrow.
okay, so that means we're talking 12 days out at the earliest for any of these committees to start meeting. So you can see why this takes so long. So that would be, and it's 10 working days, correct?
Yes,
No, 10 days.
it's working days.
Tomorrow is it 10
Calendar days.
calendar
Yeah.
days?
It's working.
So we're
it's
looking,
working days.
the soonest it looks like is July 31st or August 3rd then.
No.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and delegate and let, and I'm happy, and I'm sure Vice Chair is to work closely with Cal Recycle to get these out. And we'll talk about the surveys and getting the committee surveys out. And then you guys just turn around your answers as quickly as possible so we can get them scheduled, set an agenda, post them 10 days in advance, and make sure the public has the ability to follow and participate in the committee meetings. Okay, well, we've made a huge amount of progress here, but we still have a lot to do and we're wildly behind. But that was probably one of the most important things that we get accomplished today. So thank you very much. Now I would like to try, we had planned 30 minutes for this discussion. I don't see how we could possibly do it when we've got 45 left altogether for the rest of the committee meeting or the commission meeting, which is the public education campaign. So at this point, commissioners are okay. I'll go ahead and turn it over. Oh, I'm sorry, it was the definition of recyclable and compostable, which was also going to be 30 minutes, and we can't do that as well. So we'll turn it over to Evan Johnson now. He's the senior environmental scientist to present on SB 1335, and we'll hopefully keep this pretty short and brief because we're going to have to catch up on our calendar. So I'll turn this over now to Mr. Johnson. Thank you
While Evan is doing that, Heidi, this meeting's actually scheduled till 12:30. Correct me if I'm wrong, other Cal Recycle staff.
I'm sorry, you're right. I think of lunchtime. Okay, so is Evan on? Evan? I'm not, oh, there he is.
Sorry, I was having some trouble getting everything in order. So I think, let me just do
No
this.
worries, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much.
Did you think you can do the presentation in 10 minutes, Evan?
Yeah, I think I can do that. I will do it in as quick an order as possible. And I also wanted to just take a minute, Chair Sanborn, to congratulate you on the work you're doing. It's really, doing this in general is difficult, and doing it remotely is even more difficult. So I really appreciate the time and effort you and the rest of the commissioners are putting into it. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
And can you just confirm you can see the slide presentation and hear me?
We can.
Great.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So I'll try and do this fairly quickly, and I'm also happy to come back at a future meeting if needed. Sorry, I just got a note that there was that I'm pausing the sharing of my screen. Is that correct or no?
It's on the first slide. It says just the introduction.
Okay, I see. Let me just make sure that, okay. Yeah, I'm always happy to come back and participate in further discussion. So if we don't get through it all today or all the questions and comments, we can always do it next week, and pending the chair's decision on that. So happy to do so. Back in 2018, in the midst of the collapse of international markets and the launch of China's national sword policy, Senator Ben Allen carried SB 1335, which was also sponsored by CAW, Nick Lapis there on the call, or Chair Lapis on the call here, or sorry, Commissioner Lapis on the call. The legislation requires food service packaging or food service facilities to utilize recyclable or compostable food service packaging and requires CalRecycle to post a list of these items on the website. That's obviously an oversimplification of what's in there, but I'm trying to move things along. Let's see here. 1335 requires the department to establish CalRecycle to establish a list of food service packaging that is reusable, recyclable, or compostable, and in doing so to consider impacts on litter, public health, and wildlife. Today, I'll provide an overview of the proposed regulations that are necessary to clarify the various terms in the statute and to look at how administratively CalRecycle will be setting up the list. I'm going to focus especially on the definitions of recyclable and compostable and reusable because they're relevant to this commission here. Quick note on timeline, let me back up here to say that CalRecycle must adopt these regulations by January 1st, 2021, and publish the list of approved food service packaging 90 days after the regulations are approved in the spring of 2021. And no later than the spring of 2026 must review the list of approved food service packaging to determine if the items remain on the list or will be removed. You can see here on the slide that the department closed its 45-day comment period back on May 21st, and that was an extension of the initial timeline, the comment period, out to, I think we had a 69-day comment period. And we're now in the process of reviewing these comments to determine if any changes are needed to the regulatory text. The department received nearly 40 comment letters, and I really want to thank all of the folks here on the commission. And in particular, we did receive comments from Commissioner Potashner, Commissioner Lapis, and Commissioner Ferrante, and perhaps others as well. But really want to thank you and everyone for your attention in the process of reviewing those regs. That input is very helpful. So on to the elements of the regulation, the proposed regulation. Food service facilities that are required to comply with SB 1335 are defined by a business or operation that meets one or more of the following criteria. It's located in a state-owned facility, such as a cafe. It's located on state property, such as a food truck or catered event at a state park, or is under contract to provide food service to a state agency, such as providing lunch service to inmates at a prison. Oh, I'm on the wrong slide there. There we go. What products are subject to 1335? Any food service packaging items used for prepared, ready-to-consume food or beverages using any cooking or food preparation technique that is used at state facilities must be recyclable, reusable, or compostable. Examples of prepared food or beverages include coffee, sandwiches, or soup. And examples of food service packaging include plates, cups, bowls, and hinged or lidded containers. We've included some pictures there to help you out. So what's excluded from SB 1335? The products that are excluded are any packaging used for unprepared food, such as raw vegetables or meats, prepackaged sealed foods that is mass-produced, such as candy bars or potato chips here you can see, CRV-related beverage containers, straws, cups, lids, and utensils. So how do we look at reusable and what are the criteria for reusable in the proposed regulations? For a food service packaging item to be considered reusable, it must be tested to be durable by demonstrating it can be washed 125 times under commercial washing conditions, or that the manufacturer provides a warranty that the food service packaging item can be reused for its intended purpose for a minimum of 1 year. And I want to recognize as we go through here that we did receive comments on a number of these items, including the 125 cycles that's in here. And we'll be considering all of those comments as we go through and looking at revising the regulations. How do we define recyclable? For food service packaging item to be considered recyclable, it must be a minimum of 2 inches measured in 2 dimensions, so that the item doesn't fall through the screens at MRFs, and that helps ensure that the material can be aggregated into a commodity bale. The material it is made from must be collected by 75% of California jurisdictions and sorted and aggregated into a single named material bale by at least 75% of transfer processors as defined. Or, alternately, it must be 75% of the food service packaging items must be collected through a take-back program. So it's either 75% collected by 75% of jurisdictions and sorted and aggregated into single name bale by 75% of transfer processors, or it's collected 75% collected at a 75% rate through a take-back program. Moving on to compostable. For a food service packaging item to be considered compostable, the material it is made from must be collected by 75% of California jurisdictions' organic recycling programs. The item is accepted by 75% of compost facilities, with accept meaning that the food service packaging item must be composted and not identified as a physical contaminant. And the food service packaging item biodegrades in a safe and timely manner. Based on operating conditions at a typical commercial compost facility in California, the regulations define safe and timely manner as meaning the food service packaging item achieves 90% biodegradation within 60 days of the active compost process. In the active compost process, sorry. Finally, the statute calls for consideration of public health and litter in its criteria. In developing the public health criteria, CalRecycle coordinated with the Department of Toxic Substances Control and the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, DTSC, and OEHA. The proposed criteria for inclusion on the list include disclosure of the names of any chemicals included on the Prop 65 list that are used in the manufacturing of a food service packaging item, providing proof of certification for food service packaging items subject to the Toxic Packaging Prevent Act, shall not contain certain metals that exceed a sum total of all those metals of 100 parts per million. And a 100 parts per million PFAS threshold, that's polyfluoroalkyl substances. The 100 parts per million threshold in the proposed regulations relates to whether PFAS have been intentionally added to the food service packaging. It's not a health-based standard. Products with intentionally added PFAS would not be considered recyclable or compostable due to concerns about potential harm to humans and the environment from composting and recycling of PFAS-treated food service packaging. And in support of the PFAS limits that were put forward in the proposed regulations, CalRecycle initiated an external scientific peer review to evaluate the scientific basis for the proposal. We've received the responses from the reviewers, and we're currently reviewing the findings to determine if any changes are necessary for the regulations. And those will be forthcoming. Finally, there's a litter criteria related to local bans or limitations on packaging items. A little bit of process here, or administrative process. The proposed regulations allow for one application to be submitted for a group of food service packaging items to reduce the burden on food service packaging manufacturers. And the proposed regulations require third-party testing to determine compliance with the criteria for 3 items: PFAS, the durability element and reusability, and reusable, and biodegradability. I stumble over that every time. Biodegradability. I challenge anyone on this to do that right the first time. And of course, there's a definition. I don't want to get into it right now, but the definition of safe and timely manner. I think we already went over that. I think that's it for me. Hopefully, I kept it pretty short, but I'm here for questions and happy to take them. One caveat is that we are obviously in the middle of our formal rulemaking process, so I'm a little bit limited in the way I can respond. But I do want to offer any clarifications needed and also take any comments. Any comments offered here are not part of the formal comment process and won't receive responses because they're outside of the 45-day comment period, but I am happy to hear them out. And thank you all for your time and all the effort you put into helping us develop these regulations in the first place. I know it was a really extensive process, both the informal and the formal process. So I really appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Evan, for your presentation and your support of the commission. I, for some reason, cannot see the chat room, so I'm going to need to ask the CalRecycle staff if there are any of the commissioners that are in the queue to speak or ask
Heidi,
a question.
Heidi, if it's okay with you, I'm going to give back my screen, and that should hopefully help things. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
John
thanks,
Davis
Evan.
has a comment, and then Ted Ward.
Evan, is it
Did-
biodegradability or biodegradability?
You tell me.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who was first?
John Davis and then Ted Ward.
Oh, gotcha. So was that it, John?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my question.
Thanks for the presentation, Evan. My concern is the confusion that is engendered by biodegradable utensils, particularly. So somebody puts together a, quote, biodegradable fork that meets the criteria. The problem to me is not necessarily that fork, but the confusion that it engenders throughout California that, gosh, if one plastic fork is biodegradable, then they all are, and it's functionally, they all get removed as contaminants because it's too hard to discern what's biodegradable and what's not. I'm sure this issue has been brought up in these discussions. I'm just wondering what CalRecycle's take on that was.
Sure, I appreciate that. And we did receive that comment and a number of potential recommendations, things related to labeling, et cetera. And we are taking, like I said, I'm sort of limited in the responses I can offer, but we are taking that into consideration as we make our revisions to the regulations. And when we put out the next version for 15-day comment period, we'll certainly see some response to those.
Is there anybody else that has a comment? Again, I can't see the chat room, so I'm gonna need that CalRecycle.
Hello, hi, this is Kaoru. We got the one comment to Evan's presentation, and this comment has been published on the comment page, but under the public meeting because that person submitted under the public meeting instead of a workshop. So you can read it over there too. In regards to Senate Bill 1335, the Center of Environmental Health strongly urged CalRecycle to require that compostable food service packaging be free of PFAS chemicals, which are often used to impact grease and water resistance. Products that contain these chemicals pose a risk to the public because they expose consumers to PFAS through ingestion and thermal exposure as they eat, and then through contamination of water and food products throughout their life cycle. Exposure to PFAS has been linked to a variety of cancers, thyroid disease, and decreased fertility, among other serious health issues. Of note, PFAS are endocrine disrupting chemicals. The endocrine system in the human body regulates hormones that shapes behavior, physical and mental development, intelligence, and more. Even exposure to minute amounts of PFAS are harmful because the endocrine system is very sensitive. Children, babies, and fetus are especially susceptible to the harmful effect of PFAS because their bodies develop rapidly. Any amount of PFAS should be considered harmful. PFAS chemicals are extraordinarily persistent in the environment and proliferate into our food system. When food packaging is composted, PFAS chemicals are not broken down and thus incorporated into the compost. Farmers use who those this compost in their fields can abundantly contaminate their groundwater, crops, and livestock. Food packaging that contain PFAS is hazardous to California public health, water supplies, and food production. The technology to produce PFAS-free food packaging already exists. Multiple companies currently produce food packaging that use alternative methods to impart grease and water resistance, and the industry is following their lead. California cannot wait any longer. We strongly urge CalRecycle to take action against this class of toxic chemicals and requires that compostable food packaging used by the state of California is PFAS-free. Elijah Butterfield, Center of Environmental Health. That's the end of the comment.
Thank
We
you.
have
Great.
Ted Ward comment.
Commissioner Ward?
Oh, looks like Ted's
Oh, he
missing
stepped
someone.
Anybody else?
I see
go
Nick
ahead.
Lapis on the list.
Hey, thank you so much, Evan, for your presentation. Just for the rest of the commissioners, I kind of want to give a tiny bit of context of how this fits into what we're doing. And the law, if you look at it, specifically says that we're supposed to use, look at what is recyclable and not recyclable, what is compostable and not compostable, as defined in this bill. And so this is supposed to be sort of our guiding framework. The reason that's important is that this definition in the bill is a very, very strong definition. It's basically a 5 or 6 part test, depending on how you look at it. But for something to be recyclable, it's not just technically recyclable. It has to be collected at most curbsides. It has to be compatible with most MRFs. It has to have markets as an individual commodity, so not as a mixed product. And it's got to have market value, and it's got to be made into new products. In addition to being non-toxic and not generating litter and some other things as well. So I think I just want to make that connection of the reason this is so important is because that's the framework for us looking at what is and isn't recyclable.
Thanks, Nick. Ted, go ahead with your comment.
Commissioner Ward?
No comment at this.
All right, looks like Commissioner Schneider has a comment.
Quick question, Nick. If something, let's look at biodegradable plastic bags. They work great in San Francisco's program. For our program of anaerobic digestion of organics, it is a problem. How would that fit within 1355?
So 1335. So the law actually says that
1335,
the state can come up with different requirements regionally. So the answer there would be it is compostable in San Francisco. It is not compostable in Millbrae.
So that would then come down to the labeling committee to say what might work in one program will not work in another program, and to
Right.
be aware of that.
Right.
Which means our merchants need to not use biodegradable bags because it adds to confusion within our system or any of the cities that are in that anaerobic digestion process.
And so the law allows that, but the proposed regulations that Evan talked about, they have not actually used that. So right now, as proposed, actually there are no degradable products. I don't think that would actually meet the definition of compostable.
Then we're happy.
I assume they will change that because it doesn't. I don't think they intended to have nothing meet the definition at all. But as proposed,
Okay.
that would happen.
So just to provide a little additional response to that, the regulations as proposed are essentially setting a statewide standard that 75% of all jurisdictions would collect an item for recyclable, and sort of in the same boat for compostable, and that would that is not a regional, not regionally considered. It's a statewide approach. The statute, as Nick indicated, does allow for consideration, if practicable, of a regional approach. But in the draft regulations that are out there right now, it's a statewide endeavor. And we did receive a number of comments, including from folks here on the commission on that issue, and we'll certainly be considering it as we look at potential revisions.
Thank you, Evan. I'm going to interject a time check because we are now at 11:38. We haven't had our second 5-minute break. So I just want to ask the commissioners, do you want to take a 5-minute break or just keep working and then turn your video off if you need to step away for a moment? Are we okay to proceed? I'm looking at maybe yes. So we'll skip the break. And then I would propose that we wrap this up and delegate this discussion to the 2 committees that are going to be taking on the recycling and the organics, if that's okay. Seeing nodding heads. So
has a comment.
I'm sorry, Commissioner who?
Kalpikoff.
Oh, Kalpikoff, great.
Evan, in regards to the compostable products in the composting facilities, did you guys get feedback from the CDFA on what specific items that they will structure a certified organic compost fertilizer?
We did not receive any comments from CDFA in general, and as far as I recall, I don't believe we received any comments specifically related to how those items relate to the organic standard. Although there were almost 40 comments and almost 350 individual comments within those. So if I'm missing something, I apologize.
No. I mean, I have a facility that we run that's CDFA or certified organic, and they limit the products that we're allowed to take inbound. So that was an interesting just a comment.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
Okay. So if everybody's okay, then we'll close out this item, and everybody has the staff's email address and Evan's, so you can reach him if you have questions. You can do that offline as well.
Heidi, can I just interject? Sorry, Chair. Just interject to offer up to everyone. Chair Sanborn, I just want to interject that if the commissioners are interested in having me come back, once the 15-day comment period is open, or once the language is out, I believe I can do that, or at some point happy to rejoin this group, I guess, depending on what's allowed, and also happy to join the subcommittees.
We'll definitely, and the committees may ask for you to come back and make very specific presentations on it too.
Sure.
So thank you again. We really appreciate it, Mr. Johnson and Akeem.
Of course.
Presented. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on now to our next agenda item, which is was originally scheduled for 10:35, the public education campaign, and the staffer presenting that item is Christina Files, the information officer, and Maria West, the communications director for CalRecycle. They're going to give us an update on the planning and research phase and expected timelines for the public education campaign, which will be very important for one of our committees. Again, if we can ask you to keep it brief to 10 minutes, and then let the commissioners ask questions. And I'm assuming, by the way, that we didn't have any public comment on the last item because I didn't hear the staff interject.
Yeah, there's no comment for that item.
Yeah, some reason my entire chat box has disappeared and I cannot see anything anymore. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and turn it over to the staff. Take it away.
Hi there, I am Maria West. I'm the communication director for CalRecycle, and joining me will be information officer Christina Files, who is the official contract manager for this contract. We were listening in when you were discussing the campaign last week, so we understand some of your questions.
I think we lost audio.
Sorry, what we plan to do is give you an overview of how this we see this approach to the campaign going, and then take questions at the end. So I don't know if people have too much of an understanding, but this was something that we put a request for proposal out for last summer, and then the contract was awarded to Runyon Saltzman. So we'll start. just addressing the reasons for this campaign, and some of them are the same reasons for the. And so we know there's great parallels in the work that we're doing, and we're very excited to have your input and to be able to hear all the various perspectives that we wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. So as you know, people are confused about what can be recycled. That's one of the issues that we'll be addressing. This can lead to contamination of recycling with non-recyclables. We see this as one of the lowest pieces of lowest hanging fruit for how what we can address right away. This confusion has led to an increase in landfill, and part of that comes from changes in recycling markets, partially national sort. And one thing that wasn't part of the initial campaign, because we didn't expect COVID-19 to pop up, but the changes that have happened recently, we're expecting to get some feedback and also to do a lot of our research into seeing how the current pandemic and various concerns have affected what's landfilled and what people are recycling. So as you probably know, the current recycling rate is about 40%. Awareness of recycling is high. California tends to have a lot of people who want to do the right thing. They want to recycle, but behavior change can be low. And again, part of that is because of the great amount of confusion that maybe has existed for a long time, but has certainly increased because of national sort and the sense of people not knowing what they can do right now. Previous campaigns, which we haven't had a campaign in, I believe, about 7 years or more, but previous campaigns focused on raising awareness of just recycling in general. However, our waste characterization studies showed that they did not make that big of a difference in recycling behavior or changing behavior. And we take this very seriously, and you'll see as we roll out what the plan is, that our main focus is getting behavior changes. So we have a whole process for that, and some of the research for what behaviors specifically need to change and then how that can happen. We hope to get some feedback from you as we start that research process. So information campaigns alone do not address the diversity of behaviors that exist for most sustainable behaviors. And the pre-campaign research that we have done lasted for the latter part of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. We did a statewide research survey from local jurisdictions. And as referenced earlier today by some of you, jurisdictions have incredible information for us. Many of them have really invented the wheel already on some of this. They've seen what doesn't work. Taken a lot of their feedback already, and we will continue to reach out to them and keep them involved as we even create the plan for how to do the research, because they understand a lot of specifics. In addition, they will help us identify the differences regionally and how everything that we create in our messaging and toolkits and support the various differences and needs regionally. And so Christina Files was a big part of this research last year, and so she will share more with you about what that process involved.
Sure. So last year we reached out to 12 different jurisdictions in Northern and Southern California. They were primarily large jurisdictions that were at the cutting edge of recycling education and outreach. And they involved counties, cities, and a couple of nonprofits as well. And out of those, we started out with an initial phone call, and then we reached out with a written survey. And then we brought all of those people together into 2 meetings in Sacramento and in LA to discuss the feedback that we received. And we got some really great information, as Maria mentioned. One of the things that we really heard frequently was that the 3 jurisdictions that had the most success at improving recycling behavior and introducing organics collection and reducing food waste, we're all implementing community-based social marketing. We also heard from jurisdictions that had not started using community-based social marketing, but they wanted to be trained and have resources sent their way. to start implementing that. So that's where we're going to start with our research process. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of an overview of our strategy with that. As Maria mentioned, we at local jurisdictions were asking us to provide leadership and to help leverage our resources to help them implement local campaigns. And essentially, we're looking for community-based social marketing to help guide that. So let me first just define what that is. It's often confused with social media. Community-based social marketing is a methodology, whereas social media marketing is a campaign implementation tool. So they are two distinct, different things. Community-based social marketing, it uses a psychology and sociology approach to identify concrete barriers to behavior change and desired benefits for that behavior change. And then the communication strategy and the community support focus on removing those barriers and enhancing the benefits that are most valued by the community that you're reaching out to. And so we're looking at identifying why people don't recycle, why they're contaminating their recycling bins, why they're not taking CRB material back to buyback centers. We want to identify which audiences make the biggest impact on these behaviors. That's going to help us prioritize our resources and our funding. We also want to identify, when we're talking about barriers, two different classes of barriers. One group is going to be universal barriers. These are barriers that are going to be true across the entire state of California, that they could be addressed by statewide messaging. The second type of barrier we want to identify are unique barriers. And these types of barriers, these segments of unique barriers, may vary by demographics, by regional variances, by the type of housing. So we're talking about single family residences versus multifamily dwellings, and the type of collection system that varies throughout the state. All of these types of unique barriers are going to need a more targeted outreach strategy. This methodology involves 5 steps. The first is to identify which behaviors we want to target, then to identify the barriers and the benefits to that behavior, to then develop a strategy to reduce those barriers and increase the barriers' perceived benefits, piloting the strategy, which also involves measuring the campaign results in real time, and then broad-scale implementation and ongoing evaluation. There are 2, let me go back here, there are 2 just quick case studies just to give you kind of an example of how this has been implemented at the local level. In San Francisco, for example, they saw low recycling rates in some multifamily dwellings, specifically in Victorian style buildings, and they had a boots on the ground team that went to those specific buildings to identify the underlying reasons that people weren't participating. And what they found is that these types of buildings had a chute collection system, so that on each floor of the building, someone would open up a door and put their trash down the chute system that would drop into a basement. And there was no way for them to source separate, and they had no access to recycling. So what they realized was that they could do a traditional advertising campaign all day long and spend a lot of money on it, and it wouldn't actually address the barrier that those residents had to recycling. They may want to participate. They might walk out their door and see an ad on a bus. They might have a mail insert in their bill. They might hear radio ads. They might know that I should recycle, but they actually don't have access to it. So they pivoted their education and outreach to property managers and landlords. And some of the solutions that they came up with was to add recycling containers that were at the floor level. Others chose to implement a system where they allowed different types of colored bags to indicate the different material streams, so that someone could still use the chute system, and someone at the basement, like a facility maintenance person, for example, could tear apart those bags and then source separate in the basement. And then the third was that in some cases they allowed access to the basement itself by giving folks a key. And then in Alameda, they had a similar initiative where they wanted to reduce food waste. On the commercial level, they implemented a smart kitchen initiative, and they partnered with Lean Path, and they helped commercial kitchens measure their food waste. They identified the biggest barrier to reducing food waste was people not knowing how much they created. And so they wanted to help commercial kitchens do that by allowing them to measure and track for a full year to identify how much they wasted and then how much money they lost because of it. And they had a similar campaign called Stop Food Waste for residential food waste prevention. And that was essentially doing surveys and outreach, encouraging people to self-audit the amount of food waste that they created.
So the next topic we want to address is identifying barriers to adopting specific recycling behaviors. One of the things that we're anxious to get from you is your feedback and comments, particularly on what the messages should focus on. And these will all be messages that we will take out to jurisdictions and then to the general public with focus groups to help us specifically identify what the issues are as we go through each person's process or ideal process for recycling. And then from there, as we will identify the questions to ask, this will give us a qualitative insight into questions that we wouldn't even have thought of before. But as you look at everything that we're doing, you too will give us insight into questions and topics that we may not be aware of. So we welcome your questions and comments at the end, but at this point, the list of high-level behaviors that we have identified that were a part of our RFP, and so therefore will need to be addressed as we do our research, are not throwing recyclables away, putting them in curbside bins, so that basic separating at source, reducing contamination by cleaning and drying recyclables, not wish cycling, and making it easier for people to find out what they can recycle, because we know that that did change dramatically, particularly after National Sword and some of the other events that happened a few years ago. And then communicate how to look up what is recyclable. And we're going to be exploring things like apps that someone could put a zip code in and find out what they can recycle in their area. But we'll work closely with jurisdictions to find out what they see as being the best options for this and what they can take part in. And then taking CRV eligible bottles and cans to buyback recycling centers, which that brings up its own issues, as we know, but many Californians still do have nearby recycling centers, and even during COVID, we are still having a drop in recycling behavior. So it is a long-term goal. And then reducing food waste and recycling all organic waste. And this is part of the implementation of 1383, the organics collection process, and so that would, in helping people to understand the need for this, what the behavior, the reasons are, and then how to do that most effectively.
So our strategy is to have a statewide approach with local customization. And what we mean by that is that jurisdictions have really asked us to help them both with that universal messaging and then also that specific messaging. And so they asked us specifically to give them a head start with robust research that they can build local campaigns on. And we're going to be using this community-based social marketing to identify those behaviors. And then we're going to create these toolkits for jurisdictions and media platforms to use that are going to include educational materials, earned media, radio spots, etc. And those toolkits might be segmented by audience so that they have really specific tools that they can use. As Maria mentioned, we're in the research phase of our contract here. And so we'll just give you kind of a quick overview of where we're at. These are 4 areas that we could really use your input on as well. The first is a literature review. Step 1 is just reading everything out there about recycling behavior change. And so if you have different case studies or different projects that you would recommend come to our attention, we would really be interested in that. The second is observations. We have reached out to that group of jurisdictions last year. We plan to reach out to another group and continue on with the original group as well, and as well as additional stakeholders. And then, of course, we welcome your observations about what's going on in the industry. From that, we want to identify the topics and the issues to bring to focus groups. And so we understand that behaviors vary by the material type. Why somebody might recycle a bottle or a can might be really different than why they recycle cardboard or newspaper. One behavior might have these different reasons, and they might vary, according to the type of home that you live in or the community that you're in. So we want to really use those focus groups to help us really narrow down and identify what those barriers are. From that, we want to then develop a statewide survey that will help us better understand and get some real tangible research to inform our campaign development process.
So Christina and I are taking a very hands-on approach to this campaign, and we're involving our local area and market development division headed by Kara Morgan. We have a number of subject matter experts that are on the committee that we have just helping to focus Runyon Saltzman's efforts and the various subcontractors. So we want to understand the many factors that contribute to the state of recycling. And then we want to garner true behavior changes. This is the biggest challenge, and where we are going to make sure that we are taking each step very deliberately with full understanding that's possible of what factors to explore, and then exploring them in our research process. And then this will help us narrow the focus of the contract and prioritize funding, particularly funding in the media and toolkit portion of the process. So as we identify the statewide and segmented messages that Christina referred to earlier, we will release those statewide messages in a media campaign, and we will provide the local jurisdictions these targeted messages. Just to let you know on the timeline, we definitely will, this is actually the way the timing has turned out is ideal for your commission, because you'll be able to give us this feedback as we're doing the research, and before we've created the messaging strategy. So that will help us as we really focus in on what the strategy will be for what we will communicate.
Okay, so questions about underlying behaviors that are associated with recycling. Here's the bottom line. We know in California, most people know about recycling. So the real question is, why aren't more Californians recycling? We look at waste at CalRecycle. We look at waste and recycling through a couple of different angles. We have our annual state of recycling and disposal reports. We have our waste characterization studies, and those have narrowed in focus over the years. So we have a better understanding of the composition of our waste stream, what's being landfilled, what's being recycled. We have a new reporting system where we have different types of businesses now reporting to us. So we have a little bit more insight now into the movement of materials throughout the state. What we're hoping to add with this campaign and this research is really understanding where and why does recycling contamination happen, and what can we do to increase the adoption of new recycling behaviors. So for example, does contamination happen because people aren't rinsing their recyclables, or is it because somebody's putting a random trash bag into a recycling bin? That might actually be the action of two different people's, within a household. One person's chore might be to take the trash out. Another person might actually be in charge of rinsing out the recyclables as they're preparing a meal. So really drilling down into understanding a little bit more about what's happening at the point of the behavior, and looking at each type of material. There are different behavior chains that are associated with each of those, and then of course looking at how do these things vary based on cultures, ethnicity, looking at family composition, age, geography, education level, and really getting a clearer picture of who is doing what and which group should we target first, knowing this is a multi-year campaign and is part of a long-term strategy to educate Californians. What can we make the biggest impact with in the short term and in the long term?
Christine, I'm just going to do a time check. How much longer do we have?
We just have 2 slides.
Great, thank you.
So universal and unique barriers. A universal barrier would be confusion about what's recyclable. A unique one might be multifamily dwellings that have limited access to recycling collection. You might be in an apartment complex, your recycling dumpster is too far away, or your perception is it's too far away. You might have a small kitchen with limited space for additional containers. There might be language barriers, but with language barriers, the question always is that the only barrier? And then of course, things like food prep differences across cultures. And then our final slide here just lets you know that Rennie and Saltzman is our contractor. As Maria mentioned, our timeline is to do research, August through November, and then to start drafting a work plan from there. Maria, was there anything you wanted to add here?
No, I think that's it. As we, you can advance it. There you go. Actually, can you take it to the last slide? So we'd love any questions or comments that you have right now, or we can create a plan for the best way to get your feedback or any research that you'd like to send our way that we can share with the research subcontractor and the ad campaign firm, Rennie and Saltzman.
Thank you both very much. We really wanted to talk about this, and I know this will be addressed in depth in one of the 4 committees that we formed. So if it's okay with the commission in respect of time, I would suggest if you have any very specific urgent questions, maybe you can ask them now, but otherwise just do those directly with the staff and through the committees that are going to work on this. Otherwise, we won't get to the legislation and the agenda for the next meeting because we're already at 5 afternoon. Does that work for everybody? Okay.
We do have 4 commissioners who'd like to speak. So if you're Nick Lapis, John Davis, Ann Schneider, or Jan Dell and have something urgent, please chime in.
I'll withdraw my question.
This is Jan. Quickly, I'd like to suggest that you look at other states for role models of what they've done, so we're not just trying to reinvent the wheel. And then also, I was confused straight out the gate. On the one hand, you're talking about getting people to recycle more, and then we're talking about contamination. And already that's a disconnect because we all know wish cycling is a problem. So I think we all on this committee really recognize that contamination is a serious issue. And I'd like you to really consider that messaging and maybe focus more on contamination. Yes, more recycling is good, but that message has gone out for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and contamination is definitely a very low-hanging fruit. It's something that many people still don't know about. So absolutely, I agree. And then in addition, we call it recycling right. And that would be clean, dry recycling, but then also understanding what can be recycled because there is, at this point, there's been such a dramatic change and more people putting things in the trash to go to a landfill because they don't know what can be recycled. And so they just put it in the trash. So that's something that's been considered an issue. But yes, people do know, as we mentioned, do understand that it's a behavior that's desired, but they're confused.
I would just quickly add that we can. Sorry, I'm hoping that we can include this presentation at the committee and allow us to dive into this. I'm glad you're using CBSM. So thank you.
In fact, this could be for agenda items for this committee is to actually go back through this presentation in more depth where you have the time, because we would have only had half an hour even at best on this 4-hour agenda. So I look forward to having the committee really dive into this with the staff and providing good feedback and then sharing it with us and the whole commission. And was there anybody else that had their hands raised in the chat? Because since I can't see it, I see Jeff raising his hand.
John Davis or Ann Schneider.
Thank you.
I think you and John got it. I'd like to see this at our new subcommittee.
Great.
So they should make sure that they're in the loop for being able to make our first meeting.
I was going to say, it needs to be on the agenda, I think, for the first meeting is this presentation again in depth, where you guys can pick it apart and look, you know, in detail with them on it. Mr. Donlevy, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, just a quick comment for CalRecycle staff. Thank you for promoting people taking material back to recycling centers. Right now, there's 4,000 grocery stores that are required to have a recycling center within a half mile to create a zone. Currently, there's only 1,000 grocery stores that are served by a recycling center. So for CalRecycle, anytime you're talking about or promoting taking material, CRV material back to a recycling center, I would suggest that you include take the material back to a recycling center or the local grocery store or dealer where you purchase the material, because in the absence of a recycling center, the people that sell the material need to be responsible for returning the deposits that they took from the consumers in the first place. So just expanding it to include take the CRV material back to the grocers or the dealers. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't identified specific language. We weren't planning to keep it narrowly on recycling centers, but the point is well taken.
Thank you. Are there any more commissioners that wish to comment on this item before we move on? Are there any public comments on this item?
No, there's no public comment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christina Maria. We really appreciate your help and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you too, and we welcome your input.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to our next agenda item, and we've got, again, time check, 20 minutes. And we had originally scheduled 20 minutes for this item, which we will not have enough time for because we will have to end on time. Everybody's got schedules and this has been a 4-hour meeting. So we were going to talk about pending legislation. We've discussed that the committees would hear policies in the committees for which they would apply. And this you asked to have put on the agenda for this meeting. And we are allowed basically to review and discuss has been the advice. So with that, we can go and look at, I guess I'll facilitate this one. The bills that were on the agenda were, because we had to pick, and I want to make sure in the future that the commissioners all agree on what should be on the next agenda for pending legislation for discussion. It's not just me trying to guess if we've got it all. So when we get to that next agenda item on scheduling for the next meeting, I want to make sure if there's any bills you think we missed, that we get those on the list. So we can start with the AB 793, the Ting bill, which is clearly a market development bill. It's recycling plastic beverage containers and minimum recycled content. Did any commissioners want to comment on that bill? Commissioner Lapis, did you want to say anything about that bill?
I hadn't really prepared anything to say, but we're strongly supporting it. I think recycled content is probably our single most effective market development tool. And this would be the world's strongest standard for beverage containers.
The world's? Is it really?
I believe so, though now that you're making me question it, I believe this is the world's one.
Okay, so it's a high one. We're not sure if it's the world's, but maybe. Anybody else want to comment on this bill?
Commissioner Ferrante has a comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a general comment. I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the comment at the last public meeting was whether the commission should even discuss pending legislation, not, come up with a list of bills. I mean, do we want to back up and figure out whether that's even something that we should be getting into?
That's fine. I think we all got some advice that the commission, and I have to be careful here. So the commission can discuss pending legislation. There was there's a question as to whether we can advise and who we advise. But by simply having a public meeting and discussion, obviously comments and thoughts get out. If you don't want to discuss legislation, we can take it off future agendas. If you do want to discuss legislation, we should discuss how to do it and how we would select which bills to discuss.
Yeah, I think, Chairperson, I mean, as I read the document that was sent out to all of us, there seemed to be some legal, advice provided that we could not provide recommendations regarding legislation. And I might have interpreted it wrong.
No, that's correct.
I think it'd be important to get that, and then also, as Commissioner Ferrante mentioned, take a look at how we're going to discuss topics like these, and should we?
So I don't see the comments again. The chat room has disappeared from my screen. So maybe the staff can say who's next.
Nick Lapis is next, please.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with Laura and Alex in that I think we should be thoughtful about how we bring up legislation. Maybe for this meeting, it would just suffice for me to maybe give an update on 2287 specifically, since it's about the commission and what's being proposed for that. And then, in future meetings, we can decide how and when and in what format we want to include legislation. So 2287 by some member Eggman was originally about labeling and compostable labeling. Now includes a couple cleanup provisions for the commission itself. Specifically, it currently, as proposed, extends the deadline for the report from January 1st to July 1st of next year. And having some conversations with Heidi offline, I think there's a suggestion that maybe we have preliminary recommendations by the end of this year with the report in July of next year. And I think that's the direction that legislation's heading. It also includes specific guidance on us including public participation, which I think we were planning to anyway, but folks wanted, assurances that we were going to allow the public to participate. Based on the legal guidance that I won't get into, we're also going to be amending that bill to specifically say that the commission may make recommendations to the legislature and to any state or federal regulatory body. So I don't know if there's anything we need to discuss, but just wanted to put that out there because it affects our work. Those amendments should be in print in the next couple of weeks, and we can have them before the next meeting and talk about them maybe as a group.
Thank you for the update. I think that's very helpful. And it was on the agenda that we talk about that bill. So that's appropriate. Do any commissioners want to follow?
Next, we have Ted Moore.
Thank you.
I appreciate that we're just have so many commissioners who are very knowledgeable about what's going on with legislation. If we can't, as a group, adopt a position, then to me, it's an informational item, and probably we should have a standing agenda item that folks who are working on legislative items could provide updates to the commission. But until we're actually able to take positions and advise the legislature, I would recommend we just have a standing item and not take a lot of time on this.
Next, we have John Schneider.
I would only add, Chair Sanborn, that once we're through the session and the governor signs or vetoes whatever he will do, then we could come back and use any changes that would affect the recommendations that we're doing. So whether that's October or November, I don't know if we're meeting in December, then we take any of those changes and modify our recommendations accordingly.
Commissioner Sky.
I once again agree with Commissioner Ward. I think a standing item on legislation makes sense because it changes so often, and being informed about the discussions on legislation, even if we're not able to provide a recommendation or a position on a particular piece of legislation, it's very helpful for us to understand what's happening on bills that directly relate to the work of this commission. So I just want to second that recommendation.
No more comments in the chat box.
Thank you. Well, I think it sounds to me like because we can't make recommendations at this point, it sounds like, and tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm reading your faces wrong, but that we just go ahead at this point and not discuss this any further. We'll have, except put it on the next agenda for an update, and there will be language by then for Member Eggman's bill, which would inform what this committee can and cannot do as it goes through the process, and we can have everybody share if they're working on a bill, that they can share what they're doing with the rest of the commissioners, so everybody knows what we're all working on and our take on it, and the whole world does. And then if the law changes and we're allowed to provide comments on these bills, then that can change, and we can decide to vote on positions, etc. Does that sound right? Nodding? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we've got only 10 minutes, 11 minutes left. I think then that we'll just go ahead and move on and I would propose that we skip the next agenda item on the process of reporting to the legislature, because that seems to be a little bit far off and something we could do in another meeting when we have more time, if that's okay with the commissioners. Does that make sense? Okay, great. I see a lot of nodding heads. If anybody's not okay with that, please raise your hands. Okay, good. So we'll go ahead and we'll move that to the next agenda item to start that discussion. And I did hear one suggestion about having even a separate committee just to work on the process by which we're going to put together a report and get it delivered on time. And again, that date might change. So we'll go ahead then and move to our second to last item, which is the agenda items for future meetings. So I would say, let me go ahead and read off what I have written down that I've heard today. And if I've missed anything or you want to add to it, then please put your name in the chat room and we'll go ahead and call on you. What I have is what I had brought up initially, which is a standing agenda item on discussion and feedback to the public comment, so that if any commissioner wants to talk about what we have heard in the public comments that are getting submitted to us, we can discuss it if it's off the agenda. Because we can discuss anything that's on agenda, but we've not been able to discuss, for example, the comments that were submitted today from Evan and Edgar and Frank Farrell. We can't discuss them. So that was one agenda item. Another standing item would be the committee reports. Another would be the charter, just in case we want to update it. And lastly, the legislation would be a standing item. Are there any other standing items for future agendas that you would like to see added?
We have Ted Ward with a comment.
Heidi, can we quickly flag that first agenda item that you mentioned to Tamar for the Bagley-Keene take?
Sure, I'd already discussed it with her, but.
Okay.
Tamar, did you want to say anything?
No, because of what you guys decided with respect to that, and you're good.
Yeah, we just want to, if we put it on the agenda that we're specifically going to discuss the public comments, then we have the space to do that, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
but it'll be from the previous meeting, or they come in before the next meeting.
So we won't be able to discuss them if they're read into the record live?
You can discuss them in the next meeting.
But not in the meeting that we get them? So I guess let me give an example, and then this might be clear. So we got an email from Evan Edgar yesterday, and it was read into the record, but we were not allowed to comment. If we had the standing agenda item immediately following public comment, that allowed us then to comment on those comments or discuss it.
The problem with that is that you aren't going to be able to provide notice about what you're going to be talking about. So it has to carry on to the next meeting. Because if you just have a standing that from comments that you received during the meeting, nobody has any notice or understanding about what you're going to talk about. But I thought you were talking about the ones that came in today, then you would put it, or in between now and the next meeting, that you would talk about those. Well, you would discuss whether or not you should put them on a future agenda item. You want to discuss them and then discuss them.
Well, so if we get them beforehand and we post them, then the whole world is noticed that those comments.
If we're able to give notice. I thought you were asking for something that you see for the first time in a meeting, like Evan Edgar's.
Well, I guess the question is how much
email.
notice? How much notice? So does it have to be 10 days?
It has to be the same amount of notice that you would have for the meeting. It would be on the agenda.
Okay, so if people want us to discuss something that they provide comments on, they really need to email them 10 days in advance of the meeting.
Yeah.
So they can post it.
Yes.
For action, we can talk about it. We just need to agendize
in order
it.
for us to be able to at least give more details about it, we can notice that we're going to talk about things, but if we can't say that, so we'll have we'll know in 10 days exactly that we're going to talk about other matters that were brought up in the previous meeting, but that were brought up, but we still won't be able to give, we have to give some short description of the subject matter. If we just say, comments from the public, then that doesn't let me know as a public member if I want to come to the meeting or not.
Okay. Well, then I guess for the next meeting, those definitely be the public comments we've already received and have been able to respond to.
Yeah, to the extent that the commission wants to respond to them, you may not want to respond to everything.
Okay. So I think we've got that now. So to the public, if you'd like us to talk about something, you need to email it through the portal 10 days in advance of the meeting so that we can actually post it live so everybody can see what we're going to discuss on that agenda item.
And then Chairperson Sandborn, wouldn't you also want to take a look at how many comments? Because today's agenda, we're already at 12:25. If you have the agenda that you have posted, but then you have, I don't know, 30 other items, how are you going to prioritize which ones you're going to talk about?
Well, and that's a good question. Like, for example, we got the request from Frank to actually have the commission present at a meeting, and who we'd have to discuss. Do you want the chair or vice chair to do it? Do you want somebody else to do it? Can we say yes? I don't at this point have any direction from you all on how to respond, and I don't know how to get that on an agenda before the next commission meeting. So
well, did it come in today that this person wanted to make a presentation?
No, he emailed it about 3 days ago, but because he addressed it to the chair and not the whole commission.
Oh, okay.
The staff said they wouldn't send it to everybody. We would just read it into the record today, but that doesn't allow us to discuss it.
No, not if you're not able to give notice that you're going to discuss. It doesn't have to be in detail, but you're going to discuss the general subject matter that will provide enough notice. And it can be 20 words or less, just as long as it describes what's happening. But we can't have this blanket, comments that come in. And you decide, like, for example, the comments that came in today, all of them didn't necessarily require that you talk about them in the next meeting. So when you discuss subjects matters for the next meeting, you can talk about whether or not you want to put that on the agenda to discuss later.
I think I understand.
I know it seems like you're hamstrung a lot, but the whole thing about Bagley Keene is it's notice. That's what it comes out to. The titles have to be able to inform people just from looking at the title and not even going into detail that this is something I might want to look at.
Okay. So on the next meeting agenda, we're going to discuss specifically the comments that came in. If we want to, I would suggest that Evan's comments and Frank's comments in particular were really targeted and something we probably want to discuss. So, but if we get 30 comments to Commissioner Osagura's comment, we'll have to weed through. Otherwise, we would just spend our entire agenda responding to comments. So we have to be considerate of everybody's time, which we're now about 3 minutes out. So I'm going to continue. Are there any other agenda items that you think should be standing on future agendas that I missed?
Commissioner Ward and then Commissioner Davis, please.
It's not a standing item, but this topic came up because I was trying to reach out to the Cal Recycle staff and essentially understand the work that they had done on recycling market development to date, and understanding the context in which we're trying to enact policy recommendations. And I think it put them in an awkward position. Essentially, they didn't want to be talking to one commissioner without talking to all the commissioners, and it begs the question about what exactly they're presenting on. But certainly, there are staff who have been working on this for years, and it is an important bit of context that we understand those efforts, the history, the successes, the challenges. And I don't know exactly the best way to get that information into the heads of this commission, but that was kind of the question.
I have some
How do we
guidance on that. The whole thing is making sure that we don't have a meeting in serial. Of course, you guys can contact someone at LAM to talk to them and get some information that you can bring forth to the commission. You just can't turn it into a meeting, so that is allowed.
I would suggest for that item, maybe you make the recommendation to the committee on the market development that they ask for that update as a data request.
Or
and then
whatever seems best to be able to do. But yes, you are allowed to talk to Cal Recycle staff about their areas of expertise and bring that discussion into the commission. It's not considered forbidden.
Okay. Are there any other agenda items specific then that are not standing that you would just like to see on the next agenda that we didn't already?
We have Commissioner Davis.
I think this discussion, Heidi, I mean, this agenda item should always be on there to discuss items for.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yep.
And
I had planned on it. I just forgot to say it.
yeah, so obviously that's a continuing discussion, but and I believe Bagley Keene specifically, provides that we can have discussions with staff individually, so that the serial meeting. The serial meeting is really using an intermediary or having direct discussion. On the public response to public comment, there may be some specific requests that we can respond to. We also get comments of a general nature, and so we don't need to be responding to every general comment, but we may want to be able to refer specific comments like the offers from AFPA and APC, might be appropriate to refer to a committee, market development committee or recycling committee. So can we make those referrals at the time we receive the comments, or do we need to wait till a subsequent meeting?
Yeah, you may be able to do that.
We can make referrals when we get them. So, let's.
Well, and you know what would probably make this move a lot faster is if we actually get an item on the next agenda that defers that authority to Richard and I to throw it to committees, because otherwise we're going to get stuck here. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
So that we can keep the information moving? Okay. So Richard and I will look at all the comments that come in between meetings, and we'll throw them to committees if appropriate. If we think it needs to stick with the full commission for some reason, then we'll do that as well. And then if we made the wrong call, you can let us know at the next meeting.
And that'll work because that will be noticed. All those meetings would be noticed and would have that information.
Excellent. Okay, we are at time. I just want to say very quickly.
Hold on, we still have Commissioner Lapis with a comment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Quick agenda item for the next meeting, public participation in all the committees. We can talk about it next time.
I think we've already decided though, Nick, and we're following the law, and every committee has to follow Bagley Keene, so every agenda item has a public comment.
But other forms of public participation beyond Bagley Keene. I have a specific proposal. It's just it wasn't on the agenda. So if we can put it on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay, can you, do you have a title? Because we're actually setting the agenda for the next meeting immediately following this call.
So public participation in committee process.
That's pretty open though. Do you want to make it more specific? So public participation beyond the requirements of Bagley-Keene?
Yes, please.
Okay. Very good.
Thank
So
you.
that we can add to the agenda. And then the one thing I had that was kind of in the parking lot, or a question for the commission is the development of a committee on guiding principles. If you would like, I think it would expedite it if, again, the chair and vice chair work together because we heard what you all said today about labor and all these different things that should be interwoven through all the committees. We can take a stab at it and put it on the next agenda. And if we didn't get it right, just let us know. Does that sound okay with everybody? Okay, so that will be one of the agenda items on the next agenda is, but we'll start with a proposal and then it'll be publicly noticed and everybody can comment. So last thing, I'll just wrap up by saying, here's the to-dos that I had listed for Cal Recycle.
Can I add just one thing real quick? This is Zoe.
Sure.
For the committee meetings, we need to set the agendas for those right now. So my recommendation would be just to have like 3 or 4 consistent agenda items that are simple so that for the first meeting, so that we can get those published without putting, too much detail in, just like 3 or 4 things that you would want each committee to address in the first meeting, and then more specific agendas could be developed in each committee.
I'll throw a few out and we'll let the commission, since we're already going over and some people have to get off. So the first thing would be setting who's the chair and vice chair. Then deciding what they would like to address first, what they believe is in their purview and the things that they want to prioritize that committee discuss, because we're not gonna be able to discuss everything all at once. It'll have to probably be, a certain priority. And then any questions that they have for data for Cal Recycle, I think is a standing item, making sure that they've got all the information they need to make decisions. Maybe do they want to invite certain stakeholder groups to participate in their committee meetings to make sure that they're getting full input from external stakeholders? And maybe there's other commission members that have other ideas.
Heidi, I did give a list of about 5 or 6 to Paulina. Do you have that picked up on a couple of those items?
I do. I don't. I can't pull up the email, but I can pull up the last agenda, the first agenda for the.
She actually mentions about 3 of them. Did you see my email?
Yeah, definitely. So this is
okay. Well, I think we already. Are there any commissioners that have any other items that they would want to see on these agendas for the next committee meetings, your first committee meeting?
Heidi, I think the committees may want to create subcommittees. So creation of subcommittees.
I thought we had discussed at the last meeting in June that might be too complicated, but maybe it isn't if you keep it to 2 people and we don't have a problem with Bagley-Keene. So you can put that on all the agendas if that's okay. Cal Recycle, the formation of subcommittees, they can discuss if that's what they want to do in their committees.
Commissioner Ward also has a comment, and then we have a public comment from Calreal.
I just think that we should have an agenda item for the document production editing. We're all going to be working towards a policy document at some point, and probably we're going to need some discussion about how that's going to happen.
Well, the other thing we could do is Richard and I could take a stab at that as well and put that on the next agenda, because we kind of skipped over this agenda. But if we start with maybe something for you all to shoot at, like here's an idea of how we could do it, and then you guys can weigh in. Does that work? So that way each committee doesn't have to tackle it separately? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of nodding. So Richard and I will work on developing guiding principles and also starting with some ideas for a process for the report, compiling the report and how that's going to work with the committees for the next agenda.
Just have a public comment from Karu and then Commissioner Toyota.
Thank you.
Okay, so this comment actually came right after the committee meeting, committee item was over, moved on. So this is from Gary Liss. If all committee meetings are noticed as commission meetings, the committee could include the majority of commissioner. So that was his comment.
Commissioner Toyota?
It might have been covered, but also we need to make sure that we talk about the schedules for each committee in the next meeting, the first meeting.
Thank you for that, because my next thing I was going to go over was the CalRecycle to-do list. And one of the first things is to develop and send the survey immediately to the committee members on scheduling. And it's going to be tight because we have to get an agenda done, post it 10 days in advance of the commission meeting or of the committee meeting, and have that all happen before August 5th. And we're already at July 15th. So it's going to be very, very tight. The window, probably the 31st to the 2nd is the window of time the committees will have to meet. And then I also had that they would post the final meeting minutes, update the updated charter, and the final committees that got established today and the members of those committees. And so that's what I have for CalRecycle. Is there anything else that you can think of, CalRecycle, you need to do?
How long would you like those committee meetings to be?
Good question. How long? 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours.
2 hours.
And see how it goes.
Thank you. Good question. So with that, we're 9 minutes over. I just want to summarize what we've accomplished today. We've adopted meeting minutes, amended the charter, formed 4 committees, and established who's on each committee. We have reviewed legislation, public education campaign, and AB 1335, and we've gotten consensus. And I want to thank everybody for your amazing participation today and your great work. I know this is a little bumpy. The first time or two, I worked very hard with the staff trying to thin the bumps out, but we did great. And I'm very proud of everybody. So we'll have a great second meeting on the 5th of August. And we would look forward to the meeting and having another full commission meeting. I just want to say thank you again, because I know you're all very committed to this, and to everybody who listened. So thanks again, and we'll see you on August 5th. Bye-bye. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well done. And thanks to the CalRecycle staff. We really appreciate all the support.
Well done, Heidi.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good week.